Good morning, you're all. It's me, your sleep-deprived Matt, here at ESC United, your favorite Eurovision channel, for yet another episode of Mattitude, the ESC United live stream where we talk about, you guessed it right, Eurovision, and it is day 5, if my math is not failing me right now, of rehearsals, and you can hear my voice is super deep right now because I just woke up. Now it's been a few minutes, but I haven't talked yet. So this is the first words that are coming out of my mouth this morning. I hope you're doing all well. I am doing fantastic. I got my coffee, and we're here to discuss the second rehearsals of the handful of countries from the second semi, and of course the big five and host that are rehearsing for the day. We'll get the snippets and all of that stuff, and I cannot wait. And a lot of news have happened already, and I cannot wait. So I will jump right into it. And I see Oscars is already in the chat, and we got a couple of moderators helping us out. Thank you so much, and I am ready to rock and roll. Let me just have a sip of coffee. There you go. So in case something happens, or like the last couple of days wasn't as bad yesterday, but it happened as well. Every once in a while, my microphone stops working, and this has, I'm 99% sure, to do with the software, so I have to restart it. If for some reason my voice disappears, it's just let me know so I can refresh, and then it'll come back. So that is where we're at. There are also a few news that have happened in the Eurovision world, right? As I woke up, I was like, oh my God, I missed everything. So I don't want to waste too much time, and I will answer a bunch of questions in the chat, of course, which I will do shortly. I just want to let you know that I am a little behind. Someone said the super chat is already waiting. Well, as I always say, those take priority because, you know, they did make the effort and contribute to the future of ES United. I just don't see it in the chat. Let me scroll. I'll go into the database and find it. So just give me 1 second. I am currently and most likely by myself this morning because Roy is now on the way to beautiful Liverpool, and everybody else is, you know, busy today. But that is okay. I've done this before, and I will do it again. So as I'm bringing up the studio here to catch that super chat. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Right. Yes. So I heard about the news, and I see there's also a video from Eurovision about voting. I want to take a look at that as well because I don't know what that entails. Because as mentioned, I just woke up. So that is what I am trying to do and catch up on. So I do see a super chat from Esme, by the way. Thank you so much. I do see it. I cannot bring it up on screen right now, but I see it. There's no questions, so thank you. So let me jump first into the pictures, right? Because that is the most important thing. And some people ask me already why Spain's so late, why this so early. It changes every year. You know, I'm not sure if it's random or how it's being established, but you know, somebody has to go first and somebody has to go last, especially in where we don't have necessarily already determined running orders. So I am going to bring up my screen so I can look at the pictures for the first time. Now, some of you, or most of you, I would assume that I hear on a regular basis know that I was born and raised in Germany. So I have maybe a slight bias, but I'm so detached in this day and age that, you know, I feel like I can be objective and fair judging this one. I kind of have an idea. It will be not too far off from the semifinal, what Lord of the Lost is doing. Oh, okay. Y'all, I don't dislike this. Although, of course, we have more red, but it's not as prominent here. More prominent there. But again, if there's a song that needs some red, it's Germany. I mean, blood and glitter. Red and golden, I guess, would make sense. Or silver. Yes. I see already down there the pyros. So they're doing a triangle-inspired backdrop. They make it actually, what's clever about this, I think, is that it makes it almost look smaller because, you know, it almost brings down the size of the screen there and brings more focus to them. He looks like a mummy there with all that stuff. The pyros are there, not expect a little bit of smoke effects you can see as well. So that's exactly what I was hoping for. So I think Germany will deliver. And oh yes, see what I mean? It makes the stage a lot smaller the way the lights and everything is set up, and I find that quite smart. Something similar happened with Germany last year, even though clearly the song was never meant to be. I like what they did in Germany with the staging. Very, like didn't make it as ooh when it was a little song. So here it's a bigger song, but it's still, I think it draws the attention to them. And then we already know the outfits, and none of that comes as a surprise. I like what I'm seeing here. So I think I'm waiting for the TikTok snippet, of course. I think this is going to look amazing on camera. It already looked great in the German national final. So I can see this one looking just as good, if not better, even on the big stage. It's just very in your face, very dramatic, but this is exactly what the band is with a great sound. So I am happy, and this is just a good day overall because when was the last time, whether or not you like all of the songs, different story, but you can objectively say all 5 countries are bringing something to the contest this year. None of them have snoozers. And I think that's wonderful. We need that. We talked about it yesterday in the live stream. Could we have our first semifinalist last place situation in the grand final? And I am more and more convinced of that happening. The first time since 2013, I should say. So I would love to hear from you how you guys feel about it. Because again, biased. Matt, do you think Germany will get better slot number this year, regardless which half they will perform? So didn't get Malik Harris a good running order. So with Germany, I mean, honestly, if you're in the second half, it wouldn't matter too much. If Germany draws first half, it really comes down, to be honest, if countries like Australia, Finland, Germany, all the more like visually harder sounds will be in the first half. They cannot all come back to back, so somebody would have to suffer the consequences. You know what I mean? The question is, which one would it be? So that is Germany's hope that not these 3 countries, or same goes for Finland, Australia, and some of the other ones, that they're not all going to be in the first half and that they're a little bit more spread out. But other than that, I can see them getting a good spot for sure. Yes, in the running order. That is at least my hunch. So I also know that there will be the clip coming out for the 5 or 6 semifinalists that rehearsed as well today. I don't know if they're going to do it again, like around 9 p.m. I will not be around for that. Hopefully a little sooner so we can take a look at that. But I am going to be really, really excited about that. And I think France is now taking the stage. But before I go talk about that, let me go to the blog real quick because I have not looked at the specifics. We saw the pictures from Germany. And just to add to what they're saying is Germany. I just want to read the description from Germany as well. They're genre fluid rock band and with the following Germany, da da da. As the fame goes, that's pretty impressive. We're in the arena and ready for blood. Lead singer. Okay. Yeah, so the band raced up to on a metal scaffold in a triangle formation. So as I already saw by the pictures, it's very triangle-y with red and black LEDs and the flashing light show that is never lets up off of. Okay, the costumes are also, yeah. So they didn't add anything that I didn't know already, just based looking at the pictures. So I think that is exciting. So I don't think we have any updates from Finland yet, except for it's her turn. And that the weirdest thing that a fan has ever given her is a pillow with both of the faces printed on it. That's a little creepy. So as I woke up, because again, it's like 6:30 in the morning here, so I woke up like an hour ago. Let's just say I woke up an hour ago. Ask me what time I got up. That is a different story. But anyways, my friend GJ dropped a bomb on. Oh gosh, this Twitter stitch drives me nuts. They continue to lock me out all the time, and then they won't let me back in. Let me try to log in. But anyways, while I'm trying to get back into the system, yes, I was told that there's going to be a change in the way the qualifiers are being announced, the qualifiers of the semifinal. And I certainly, because that's kind of what I do, I always have opinions, right? And I definitely have very very strong opinions on that. And hopefully, um, the team will have a change of heart. So basically, and this is what two delegations also confirmed. So it appears to be true. It's not just a rumor. So what's saying? I've heard that we see a different way of announcing the qualifiers in the semifinals. They'll have a 15 to 16 entries, depending what semi, lined up on stage, X Factor result style, and announce the 10 qualifiers. So the current rundown of the draft shows that, and it's supposed to say clean main stage of losing acts. Does it really say losing acts? Or is it just like the wording that they used? Okay, yeah, that would be not a very nice way to phrase it. Clear main stage of losing acts. It does say it in there. Please note that this is a draft rundown. I urge everyone to be respectful. Da 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 da. Do you? And I honestly think this is a wonderful way to do it, actually. And I actually want them to do what they did in Norway, where they're gonna show the faces. Karya, close up. You did not qualify. And then see him being very, very sad. Oh, that would be so nice, right? And then let's do the same to Lorraine. You are not qualified. And then keep going for them. And then when they're all done, all the qualifiers are through, and then the non-qualifiers are still there. We all should use our fingers, point at them, and laugh as they leave the stage. I think this is a wonderful idea. And then at the very end, I think we shouldn't even have the press conference with the qualifiers. Instead, bring those that didn't qualify in and ask why they didn't qualify and make them feel even worse. I think that would be the best case scenario. And I think make it happen. Clearly, this is sarcasm. I really, really hate it. And I can go back. I'm not that kind of person usually, but for today, I'll be that person. I'll say, told you so. Because people always say, the reason why the rehearsals are being behind closed doors is to protect the artist. It was never about protecting the artist. It was about access and financial decision making. Clearly, the way the contest has been going, as I've been saying throughout the months, it is more turning into competition for an entertainment show rather than the contest that we once or still know. And that means like focusing on these dramatic moments. We've seen it last year where we focus so much on the countries that are not qualifying, or in the last couple of years when the results are being announced, and I've hated it. And we're just keeping going further and further and further in that. And now we have to have the non-qualified standing alone on the stage, not qualifying, instead of being surrounded by their team, delegations, and whatnot, to kind of support and comfort each other in the moment that it's very hard on them that they did not make it through. So rather than having them standing on stage by themselves, and being all like the Oscar clap when you don't get the Oscar. Good for them. I'm so happy. I'm okay with my country not qualifying. No pressure. So it is just very cringe and very unfair. So it's some people mentioned the Netherlands, but I'm not sure that they may qualify, but let's just imagine with all the drama that they went through already in the Netherlands, and then we have them standing there. You did not qualify for the first time in 8 years. And they're just like, that's okay. We're fine. We're really fine. So it's just, I hate that. And now keep in mind, people are saying it's the BBC's decision, not the EBU's. Sure. But the EBU has to sign off on everything. So it's not like they don't have any sort of input. So I just don't like it. And I am hoping that when they hear this, that they will rethink that, because it's just not, I understand you want to have entertainment, but the show has been very, very entertaining. I don't think you need to create drama in order to make it a more enjoyable show. Do you know what I mean? So there are other ways to do that. So, I'm very unhappy about that. Like, that really, really, really upsets me. It has me, like, every year there's just a new decision that's made that really upsets me, and hopefully, there's still a change of heart on this one. So yeah, I would love to see like what you guys think as well at ESC United. Will they announce the final results when everyone is on stage? If not, that's even more unfair for the semifinalists. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna be able first of all, the voting sequence in the finals is way longer and elaborate, and you cannot have 26 acts just standing on stage. That's too busy, I would think. I mean, don't quote me. Plus, they're not gonna have them stand for, like, an hour not an hour, but how 30 minutes or whatever. The time of finalists, it takes, like, 3 to 5 minutes, right? It goes, like, fairly quick. The actual results with the juries and televote, that takes longer unless they make every act come on stage as their results. Like, let's say Germany comes in 26th place just because they always do. I don't think they will this year. It's okay, Germany, come on stage first. You came 26 with the juries. Here is your televote score, and they have to stand there and wait for them. I'm sorry, 0 points. And then they just have to be like, no, that's my point. It's just an awful way to do this. And so yeah, I am very much against this, and makes my like I got my coffee ready. I sat down and I saw GJ's tweet, and I was like, you know what I mean? So that was my morning. How was yours? Yeah, so I really, really didn't like that, and I hope that would really give all the credits and that I gave to the production this night like through the window. Just seen this, and it was officially confirmed too. Somebody saying I feel sick about it, and what they say to turn people away from. Yeah. So if I was a more established artist, or at least someone, I would not put myself through that. It's already awkward enough when you have the camera on you as the results come in. So I just really don't like that. So yeah, it's 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 a bummer, and I hate this. And yeah, Matt, don't give him any ideas. I'm sorry. I am, right. They're just watching and like making notes. Okay, they don't want that. That's what we do. It's a reliable source for that nonsense. Well, somebody said it was officially confirmed, and my friend GJ is a respected and journalist. He mentioned something yesterday, but he said he just wants to hold off until he gets more confirmation. He has sources, he has information, screenshots from the rundown of the show, so he has his internal sources. And now somebody said it has been officially confirmed as well. I don't know who, but I trust GJ. You know your sources that you trust, and you need to find your trusted sources. You can either trust me or you can trust GJ. So that is up to you, and we shall see. It could be a good thing, though. At least the way the non-qualifiers can leave to a cheer from the crowd rather than sad sobbing off in camera out their seats, and they have each other. Okay, I like the mentality behind what you're thinking, Joel, that they have each other. They don't, because they stay separately. Just think of Melody Festival, and when they all stand on stage and the winners announced, the stage hands come out immediately behind them and push the non-qualifiers off. Go away. Go away. We don't need you. You're just a prop. Get out. And then they don't have each other to console. They're just going to be pushed backstage, and then they're going to push in the room. And then it's just like, it's terrible. It's not a nice feeling. In the green room, at least they have their team to console each other. They will not have that. They'll have to get through all that first, and then have to wait for the get. It's just not a very unpleasant experience. And you can ask a lot of people who've been through that. I know people who've been through that actually here in America, and it is just emotionally disastrous. So, but yeah, so we talked about this, and I want to also bring up something else, and we can also talk more about it. But it's a day of news, and maybe this is not important. I'm going to put up a video, and that video, hang on, is Eurovision voting explained. I don't know if this is important, but I will bring it up because we all know how. But I feel as is there anything new in that video that I am not familiar with? So I'm going to bring this up just for a second and see what it says. Hopefully, the pictures of friends won't come up in the meantime. So, because I want to know more about the actual, what you call it, the international vote. And that has not, I know parts of it, but not enough. So hold on. Oh, it's not coming up. Hang on, I got to bring this one up here. I'm singing. Just killing some time while I'm trying to bring up the screen. There you go.
In the grand final, walks away with a trophy and the honour of hosting the following year's contest. But it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Is it now?
On Tuesday the 9th of May and Thursday the 11th of May, the Eurovision Song Contest semi-finals take place to determine which countries qualify for the grand final.
That was loud.
Saturday the 13th of May. To make things fair, viewers can only vote in the semi-final that their country is.
I'm the frog flag. I want to be the frog flag. Frogmania. This is like they use these flags from like an online contest that people that create their fake flags.
And as neither the previous year's winning country nor the so-called Big Five have to compete in the semi-finals, each year a random ballot determines that viewers from 3 of those countries.
So why are they using these random flags? Is it because they want to use this video for years to come, huh?
In the first semi-final, while viewers from the other 3 countries will vote in the second semi-final.
Huh.
Audiences watching in non-participating countries can also choose their favorites in all 3 shows as part of a rest of the world block.
How does it work?
All votes from this block are converted into points with the same value as one participating country.
Yes.
The semi-final qualifiers.
What flags do they use for that?
Purely by a public vote.
So we can vote online on a kind of like what we do in Junior Eurovision then. But you have to pay and have a credit card ready for that.
Popular songs, starting with 1 to 8 points at the lower end.
Okay, that's all the same, so there's nothing new here.
In each semi-final qualify for the grand final on Saturday night, where they'll be joined by all participating countries.
Okay, yeah, so this is nothing important. It's really just I thought it was like something new, groundbreaking that they're showing us there. But not really. All right, well, that's easy enough then. I don't need that. So yeah, then the biggest news is that that we have this what would we call it, the very controversial voting thing, and we'll just have to wait and see how that's all going to pan out, if there are going to be any changes or if they'll go through with that. But we all know they'll go through with that, and it's not like they're going to listen to our input. Okay, David is saying, what is the max number of votes per person? So in the past, I don't know if they have changed that, David. First of all, thank you for your super chat. To answer your question, I do believe it used to be 20 votes was the max per phone line, unless they've changed that. But I think that's still in place. But if someone has updated information, please let me know. But I think that is still the number. Let me refresh the blog. So no updates on France yet. This will be the next one. In terms of what I expect from France, classiness, I probably expect a darker staging with a lot of blue. I don't know why. This is my head decided that. And that they will not use the backdrop, the LED, but the lights. Maybe I'm thinking of Patricia Carr staging kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's what I'm thinking, but maybe they'll surprise us. The only thing I'm asking for, please, France, please, no Eiffel Tower. At Junior, they do that all the time, but at the adult, they don't. But it is funny to me. Please, please don't do that. So, as always, at ESC Unite in the chat if you want me to address your question. So they confirmed that rest of the world can vote in the semis as well. Yes, SP, they can vote in all 3 shows. So the thing is, they don't have that much power because, once again, it's one set of vote, right? However, I know if that one set of vote makes a difference in the qualifiers, people will be upset, especially the first year. So I'm almost hoping that the rest of the world, the first year is not going to make a difference, because the first year is always the controversial one, right? Where their decision, like, let's say, I don't know, Serbia comes 10th. And then, but, you know, the rest of the world doesn't get it and puts Switzerland ahead. I don't know. People will be so upset. So, you know I'm right. You know I'm right. So, yeah. And this will also, I haven't mentioned yet. This will be, I'm not going to stick around. If the video for the second semifinalist comes out again, like at 9:30 in the evening, I will not stick around for that. I'll be leaving tomorrow for Liverpool. It's a 2-day journey for me, but so I have to pack. You can see, that's my suitcase down there. And that's a Target bag, in case you're wondering. So yeah, I'm getting ready to leave. I started packing yesterday. I gotta finish this up, and then tomorrow evening, well, which is technically your Saturday morning, that's when I'll head out, and I'll spend one night in Paris, and then I'll be in Liverpool. Do Russians and Belarusians allowed to vote as part of the rest of the world or blocked? They did not specify that in the video, but uh, they must be blocked. I'm pretty sure they're blocked. They're not even going to show that show. So I would be very, very surprised if that were to happen. So forgive me. I'm also bringing up my phone right now because in case you don't realize, I'm also working. Connor, they're all the team. Everyone basically is. Most people are already in Liverpool, and I got a text. I'm in the queue. Okay. He's talking to me, but I'm live. Can't talk. So everyone knows that I'm talking to Connor, who is just telling me he's in line for Euro Club or something like that. Like, okay. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, so kind of insulting that they cheered on how well the live blogs are doing, and here we are 35 minutes for an update on France when all they say is fantastic vocals, great dress. Well, here's one thing, I agree. I'm gonna be honest, and I talked about it in the previous live streams. It really, it's like it's like insult to injury kind of thing when they post something like that, right? They make the decision, they do it, but they don't have to rub it in our faces that they have the monopoly on that. A race of one. Um, I will say, if you are the official outlet, of course, you cannot say, well, Lazara, she was a little pitchy dog. You cannot do that. I understand that you have to be supportive of all of the artists. So that's the problem with an official blog. You cannot provide any sort of insight or really constructive criticism. So, and that makes a problem. Oh, I'm dumb. Hang on 1 second. I'm talking to Conrad. He wanted to jump in the chat. He wants to jump in on live from Liverpool. Sorry about that, y'all. So I lost my train of thought. We were talking about tiny hats, right? No, Mariah Carey. No, things a monkey could wear. No, what were we talking about? Anyways, blog update. Somebody says. Ooh la la. Oh gosh. That's a bad joke. That's a dad joke. This is fabulous. It's Edith Piaf meets Lady Gaga with Lazara standing on top of a sparkle draped plinth wearing a fitted gown made entirely from black and red sequin. Okay, when we play the plinth, we mean a moving column 5 meters off the ground, draped in sparkly black fabric all the way to the floor. The fabric disappears to reveal a cylindrical column with a mirror-tiled top, upon which Lazara is giving this vocal everything. Bonus points for the French flag on the LED wall at the end. This is art. Put in the Louvre immediately. Oh no. Can you hear me? Somebody said no sound. The sound is moving for me on my end. Let me know if you cannot hear me. But I like what they're doing there with this. Click on. Oh gosh, I have so many typos. That's why I said, click on the link, and I said lick on the ding. That's what I said. Click on the link if you have time. I'll add you. This is like logistic stuff behind the scenes. Usually I have like a producer or somebody doing that, but my producer is non-existent, so I got to do all of that. Now the only thing is, like, I don't know if they need the flag on the screen, but we'll see how that looks. But I prefer that over the Eiffel Tower, so I'll cut you slack. But the rest of it, I think it sounds gorgeous, doesn't it? I think this sounds just beautiful. Now, again, we need to see the execution. So, can you upload? Thank you, first of all, David, for the super chat. Can you upload your qualifier reactions this year? Yes, yes, that'll always be part of it. We'll do what we can. So don't worry, don't worry. I don't know who will be there with me because some of them of my team wants to be in the Eurovision village, and I will be in the press center. But we'll see. But yeah, there will be some sort of reaction. So don't worry. But I'm excited once again. No matter what happens with France, just let me. They're trying. Oh, okay. Give me 1 second. I may have given them the wrong link to join here. I'm going to repost the link in the chat for them real quick. I think whatever link I posted for the team is not working. So hold on tight. Okay, so try that. Oh no, we have a flood advisory here in my city. Oh no, I don't want to get swept away. Okay, so this is not a good day. Anyway, so any thoughts or questions on your first reactions of France? Let me know in the chat at ESC United. Sounds like France wants to challenge Sweden and Finland a bit this year. I like it. I do like it too. I mean, they challenged Sweden in 21. I mean, they did way better than Sweden, actually, now thinking about it, because Sweden wasn't even a contender that year for once. So we'll see. So yeah, let's withhold final judgment until we see some pictures from France and, of course, the TikTok. But it sounds good. It sounds really good. So I'm super excited about that. So we'll share that with you as things are happening, and go from there. And as always, I want to answer your questions as much as possible. If you do at ESC United, I'll see your questions. Otherwise, I will probably miss them. And if I miss your question, even though you did that, just post them again at ESC United. And that way, eventually I'll get to them. Because, this is a lot of multitasking that is happening. Adam is asking, sounds like France wants to challenge Sweden. Oh, that's what's one I just answered. Yes, that is what I just said. And that is what I agree with. Lazara said that her staging will be dangerous. I assume she's using that flippantly and metaphorically and not literally, because we do not want to have dangerous stagings. Plus, the EBU will not allow literal dangerous stagings. But could you imagine? I always think back of, you remember Elina from Estonia when she returned in was it last year or the year before, where she was in the national final in Estilal, and that rope, the thing that she was descending from the ceiling from, it snapped and she fell for like, I don't know, 10 feet or whatever that was. And usually a person you would think would get really hurt, but she just landed on her feet and continued to sing. What a pro moment that was. But it was flippin' scary. So yeah, but we don't want that to happen in Eurovision, because in most cases you don't land that well. You break a foot or something like that. Before I continue, I also wanted to give a couple of shout outs to some of our supporters here, who gave us a donation on PayPal, the link that we put in the description box. The last one I just got was from Mark. Oh, dear Mark, he didn't leave a note. But I feel bad because he is giving shelter to some of my friends that are in the UK right now. So thank you for the support. I really, really appreciate it. So yeah. Let me also bring up, I have like 15 windows open. I need to make sure that I'm not going to have too many open, because otherwise my system might crash. There was something I wanted to look up. Oh yes, the Eurovision rehearsal schedule, because I'm trying to remind myself when these shows are happening, and that didn't come up. Eurovision rehearsal schedule. Help you remind you where we are in the process right now. So today, I said, we had Denmark, Armenia, Romania, Estonia, and Belgium rehearse for the second time behind closed doors. We'll get like the 30-second snippets at some point today, but we don't know when. probably again the evening, although they don't have much work to do this time around, so you would think it would be a little earlier, but I'm not sticking around for that. So Germany has already rehearsed, and France finished their rehearsal as well. That means Italy is now taking the stage. And then we'll have Ukraine, Spain, and then the UK will wrap this thing up. So I am just ecstatic that so far the big five are in it. I want to say to win it, but certainly in it to impress, because, you know, this is a tough competition. Wouldn't it be crazy if we had like 3 or 4 big fives in the top 10? I can make a case for any of these 5 countries to make a top 10. Some people say Germany has the least likely chance. True, because of the juries maybe, but I also think that Germany could be a big televote magnet, the likes of like Finland 21 kind of thing I'm talking about. So we'll see. We'll see. But there's a lot of competition. So let's see some more questions. Andreas is saying, I think if Loren's vocals flop and Karya becomes so far removed from a good jury result that Lazara or maybe Austria could take the victory, do you think it's realistic? I will say it's not unrealistic. I'm not sure about Austria, because I don't think Austria will get as many jury points either. Even though that's better, like vocally, they're more impressive than Finland. I'm not sure that the song itself screams jury pleaser to me. That being said, you can make a case about France if it clicks with the people. France, for some reason, oftentimes really impresses the juries, but kind of not fall flat, that's a strong term, but certainly underperforms with the televoters. So with the French song, I'm more concerned or interested how it'll appeal to the televoters. But could France pull a Duncan Lawrence, as I always call it? Yeah, that would certainly be a candidate. But I will have to see how I have to see the whole thing first. As a reminder, we'll get to see the whole thing during our dress rehearsal access that the press has. So we'll have a live stream and a live blog as well. Because one downside with now the new rules are we cannot have any sound of the dress rehearsals play on camera. The EBU wants to have all of that. Let's see. Why are there so many people wearing pink this year? Denmark and Romania are added too now. Coincidence, I think. It's just sometimes people want to pick a color and then somebody else had the same idea. I mean, we have Czechia, we have a little bit of Belgium in there, right? But keep in mind, even if we have a handful that's 5 out of 37, it's not going to be that dramatic. And for us, it may seem like it. I see all, but I don't think it's going to be a major issue. No one really complains about too much black or too much blue. You know what I mean? It just seems like more daring colors is to get the rep there. So, but yeah, I'm not too worried about that. I gave Connor the link, but now I'm not hearing back from him. So I don't know if he will join or not. Okay, so Melanie is messaging me as well. Let me know I'm here. Okay, so I need to help Melanie to get into YouTube. You're getting all the ins and outs in the back because she tried to log into YouTube, but because she's in a new location, she got locked out. So she needs my my code to get in. So that kind of stuff. Which Big Five plus Ukraine do you think will challenge for the win? Challenge for the win, that is a big high bar. I think I will. Here's the thing. I don't think Spain is a contender for the win. At least not overall. I think Spain has a really good shot, 5th to 10th place. That is my guess right now. I don't think UK will fight for the win. Germany will not fight for the win. Neither will Italy. So the only one I could see that could have potential jury and televote appeal is France. So if you have to put a gun to my head, I would say France. So, yeah, that would be my guess, but I'm not certain yet because it's also still pretty early in the process. Hi, Matt. I've been kind of checking stuff, but RTVE kind of confirmed they will this year again show us a snippet of the Spain rehearsal. That's good. Yeah, I mean, they want to do some promotion. We'll get the snippet. You mean the snippet from today? We'll see. We'll see how much. Let me know if you have it. And let me know where you find it. And if I'm still here, I can put it on my screen as well, as much as possible, at least. So yeah, that is my thinking. Okay. Do you look at the pictures for the second rehearsal, Matt? It seems there is some changes from countries. You know what? I haven't done that yet because there's so much going on. Maybe we should do that. Let me just double check if there are any updates first. Oh, Belgium is in the studio. By the way, I will say these pictures with all the drapes in the back, the blue, yellow, and red, I think they're gorgeous. The colors is just breathtaking. So whatever they set up there, I'm a big fan of that. So people are saying, take a look at the pictures from the first semi. So I am going to do that. But Germany will be rehearsing for the first time at 12:50. Okay, so they actually moved. That's why I was surprised Germany was so early. I guess they had a schedule change there. That explains it. So let me go first to Denmark. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen again. Why do I suck at everything? Okay. Let me bring that up. So here is Denmark. So that's a different outfit, but he already mentioned that. So actually, it's not a different outfit. No, it is a different outfit, but he's wearing a jacket because before he had only the top. Works for me. I mean, I couldn't pull it off. So, ta-da. Okay. This will also have a little bit of a music video vibe to it, for sure. For sure. It's going to look great. I always had Denmark as a likely qualifier. So I'm surprised that they only managed to be in the betting odds top 10, barely, unless that has changed overnight. This is going to do, once again, I think Denmark is going to do better than people anticipate. Okay, there's the green. Of course, he's wearing pink. But again, I wouldn't be too worried about it. Okay, no, that looks good. That looks good to me. I like it. Let's, oh no, I didn't want to go to that. I wanted to get the next picture going. Let me, hang on a second. Let me go latest photos. Wait. Romania isn't second. I'm confused. Wait, is Romania number 2? Oh no, Romania, it was number 2. I'm sorry, my brain is not working. Yeah. In my head, I thought somebody else goes second. So here you go, Theodore. We know that he's not acoustic version. The pretty backdrop. Very swirly, tornado-y looking like. We do know that the dance... so I just realized, okay, now I get it. Now why you're saying everyone's getting pink. It's a better color for him. I'm actually glad he switched to pink. The yellow was too jarring for me with the Pikachu. So this actually looks better. Of course, it's another pink one. I still don't think it's necessarily what I would like to see with that staging, but it's better. It's better. In IMHO, at least. I thought Armenia was second. Wasn't Armenia second in the running order? Why my brain don't fail me now, right? But they were in order. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I'll look at the other one. Okay. Guitar. That's one of my pet peeves, by the way. When you play the piano, the guitar in the beginning, and then you put it aside or walk away, giving or like ruining the illusion of us believing you're actually playing it live. And I'm like, don't do that. It has always been a very big pet peeve of mine. And we know already he has also a little like Theodore on screen as well. Not as many as Greece, clearly. Oh, now he went to SpongeBob. Okay. SpongeBob replaced Pikachu. All right. Still a trademark issue, I would assume. Yeah, the pictures are just, what it tells us is a different look. I didn't tell us much more of the staging. Oh, okay, yeah. This should be it. Great news, she's not wearing pink. So at least that's a break. It's pink, not pink, pink. Right? Because yeah, this flipped around the pictures, I believe. This is once again, Armenia will be all about the camera work. You get a big example with what we saw in Azerbaijan, right? It didn't look like much in the pictures, but once you saw the camera work, you definitely were like, oh, this is pretty. And this is what will happen with Armenia as well. It already looks really nice, don't get me wrong, but it will look really, really good once we see the actual camera work. I just know it. Yeah, nothing else to add. I mean, she's not doing much in terms of like walking around. She's either sitting or standing on there. But that's all she needs to do. So nice prop. And it's going to be very, very effective. And then Estonia. Let's see if she does have a different outfit. Because she did say her stylist hasn't arrived yet and that'll change. Nope. Maybe there's some minor subtle changes, but the vibe of it is almost identical. Sadly, Estonia really dropped in the betting odds. So qualifiers, that is. So she's currently considered a non-qualifier. Yeah, nothing to add here, really. This is pretty. And it'll be about her voice, the wind machine, and just the feel of the song, and hope that people will click with a ballad that is a little heavier, I guess. And I can see that actually working. And that's real quick. Belgium, another partial pink one. Somebody said that they may change the jacket, but clearly not. Funny picture. Here we go. Okay. I don't think there's nothing to add here. I feel as Belgium is good to go. You know, some countries are quicker than others, getting the groove in the rehearsals. From what we're seeing here, Belgium is on the right track. Somebody said France is out. Let's see. Not on my end. Oh, France is now, not out now. That was my bad. I misread that. Okay, so yeah, I do think that to summarize, Romania made the biggest change to me, and that is the outfit. Riley wears the jacket, and then Theodore puts on his pink outfit. I like it better than the yellow one, and I like when people go with daring colors in yellow. It's not that I dislike the yellow outfit. I thought it was too woo with the rest of the staging. So if they would have either changed the staging or the outfit. Changing the staging is virtually impossible, so the outfit it is. So France has gone off stage for sure by now. So I think then Italy is the next country to rehearse. I'm going back to the blog. And we don't have an update yet. So hang on tight. It takes them so long. So I'm going back to the chat. Any questions, thoughts on the pictures that you saw, anything today or for the next week? Let me know at ESC United. Do you think that Armenia could somehow pull off a surprise win, Paul? No, I don't think so. I don't think it has enough televote appeal. I think what they could pull off is more of a love wave kind of result. That's what I see this falling more into. Like amazing staging, not necessarily the easiest immediate hook for a song, but are artistic and just visually just very, very impressive, and people will really like it. So I can see easily a top 10. I just don't think it's a contender for the win. That's my hunch, at least. But, you know, this is also still very premature because I have to see the run through. But we shall see. Thank you so much for this super chat, James. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Matt, what are you expecting for the UK staging? A big structure like Sam Ryder or colorful lighting and pyrotechnics? So many people were saying yesterday, like, she needs to bring a car because music video, right? And then they were upset that Australia brought one. I will say that I don't think the UK will stop using props. They're going big, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm not sure they're going to bring something as big because what UK needs is movement. It needs a little bit more energetic staging. So unlike Sam Ryder, who was standing, you know, in the same spot for the most part, I expect May to walk around, run around, dance with her. She probably has dances with her, and they're going to have some kind of prop that makes it fun to dance with. You know what I mean? So that would be my thinking. I think that would make sense. unless they really just heavily bring like this amazing backdrop that's just going to blow our minds. And they're just going to rely on that, like very amazing LEDs. But my guess is that they will have some kind of prop that kind of helps them drive the story home. We just got an update on the blog saying it's Italy's time to rehearse, but it's just an introduction. They're not giving us any details. But at least we know he is on stage right now. Do you think the UK closing could have Denmark 2001 effect? Going last is not a bad thing. It can only help you. It cannot really hurt you. It doesn't always guarantee success. San Marino gives you an example. And there are plenty of other songs that came performed last that did not succeed because the song just didn't click. But if you go last and you have a really good, punchy song, that could work. 2001 Denmark is certainly a great example for that. But there are other examples that you can pull. Now, the biggest comparison to 2001 is because it was also the host country. But I don't think they will get an advantage just because they're the host country. That, I think, has already been dispelled, that host countries can easily flop. The Netherlands is calling. And it happened plenty of times. Even when Ukraine hosted last time, they didn't do well. So that is not a guarantee. But I think that's an advantage for the UK. If they put something together well and it sticks with people, that could be a really big moment. So, but yeah, it really comes down to what we're going to see today. Or at least the idea of what we're going to get today. So I'm super excited. So yeah, that's what we have right now. We're waiting for Italy's pictures. We're waiting for Germany's TikTok. And we are waiting for, well, the compilation, the video for the performances from today. So yeah. I see a lot of chatter in the chat, but not many at ES United. So let me pick this one here. Do you think people will be shocked that a winner returned and vote more in the semi than in the final, like what happened to Alexander Rybak in 2018? So Alexander was a little bit of an anomaly almost, because he won the semi, but he didn't win the jury or the televote, and then kind of fell apart in the finals. Right, so I don't believe that the fact that he represented the country, has taken part before, made a big impact. I think that's what it is. The song just kind of was fine for like one time, and then people were tired of it. I don't think that Lorraine is necessarily. People will talk about it in the commentators, but do you think most people really care? Like, oh, da 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 da. It's a very bubble mentality. The fact that when she's going to do well at the contest has nothing to do with the fact that she is a former winner. It has everything to do with the package. So that's a compliment towards Lorraine, because it seems like she only wins because she's Lorraine. No, you can make a case that there's a lot of hype because it's Lorraine, but if she wins, does well in the contest, is because she has a song that was very well liked by both juries and televoters. So don't take that away. Just like don't take away the win from Ukraine last year for whatever reason. So, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. So let me see here. I got another message. So Connor said that he'll pop in after the Switzerland interview. So we got to be a little patient to have some Connor with us today, but probably just for a few minutes. After the second rehearsal, do you think the Netherlands can possibly make the final? Yes. I mean, as of right now, I still haven't done a proper prediction yet for the whole run-through. I want to see the run-through once. Right now, I have the Netherlands as a 50-50. I think they can make it. They can also miss out. There are lots of pros that I saw. Watch my reaction and my summary video. But a few concerns as well. And I don't know which one outweigh the other. So I'm really, really torn on the Netherlands. But in summary, yes, they certainly are still in the competition. So don't stress out too much. What is your prediction for Israel? They're going to qualify. And then I will say the sky is the limit. I mean, they're not going to win, but they can do anything easily somewhere higher in the top 10 to like people not clicking with it. So I think it's going to be very interesting. We haven't seen the whole thing yet either, but I do think that they're going to have a lot of potential and a lot of opportunity. That could be the next. I would I go far as saying like the next Bob that's going to be like in the top 5, maybe. That could be the next El Diablo potentially, but qualification obviously is already an option. We need to see the whole thing, because one thing I always say about Israel, and a lot of people share that sentiment, is that the problem is, unfortunately, that's the perception, is a lot of people are confused by the way the genres are being connected, right? And some people are saying the fans, that's just how the music is, and that it's all fine and dandy. But when people are getting confused and they don't get it, that's a concern. So that's my only concern with Israel. But maybe they're doing a really good job with the staging. So we will see. We will see. But I think they have a really good shot at doing really well. Comes down to how it'll click. What do you think about Portugal's chances? I'm having 2019 vibes right now. Oh, Pedro and Tanya. I love the Portuguese entry. It is one of my favorites, and I want to protect it with everything I can. I'm a bit worried too now. I'm a little concerned, and I don't know from what I've seen so far that this staging decision that they have made was the right one. I still believe that the song on its own is strong enough to carry them through to the finals. But they are surrounded, they have several really strong acts coming right before them, and that just makes me nervous. But again, I just think they're going to go through still. But yeah, that's one of the few performances clips I saw. I'm like, it's still nice, it's not bad, but I feel she gets swallowed by the dancers and the back colors, and there's just a lot of movement. But I don't know, and I was not as confident as I was before. So yeah, we'll see. Can Germany get in top 10? Yes, this is Max. I think Germany, I still believe, as of right now, based on what I've heard and seen so far, let's wait for the qualifiers and the running order and all of that stuff. But that Germany has a really decent shot at going pretty high with the televoters. And I could see them being top 5 with the televoters, even like a 5th or 4th place. That may be enough to drag them into the top 10, unless the juries put them like in the bottom 5. Then it may be a struggle. I think the worst case scenario I feel for Germany right now is like under the ladder, like Ukraine 2018 kind of scenario. Best case scenario could be something as well as what Finland 21 had. Something to that extent. I think there's a big range as well. They'll just have to overcome a lot of jury downgrading, for the lack of a better word. So, but I do think they have every chance, and people sleep a little bit on them as well. That's my opinion, at least. So, yeah. Let's see. Do you think the red-black aesthetics will cancel each other out? Also, just realized Austria did red-black last year as well. It was one of my favorite tracks, but no, I'm bored of it. Well, I think I said that in my review. So Halo is a little bit more of a almost a retro song that is so fun to watch at that point, and it doesn't age well. And I agree with that. It's just not the song, for that moment, I needed that song because it was fun, upbeat, and I loved it as well. But yeah, it's not a song that I seek out a whole lot in this day and age either. And that is one of the risks when you pick certain like EDM inspired music. They don't always are my go-to music. But will the red and black cancel each other out? Your guess is as good as mine, I guess. It's yes and no. The only problem I see is when you have a lot of red and black come back to back. Like if you have 4 of them coming boom, 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 I think then you can make a case. But we know the producers will not allow that, or will do whatever they can to prevent that. So I think you'll be fine. Do you think we are now far away from Big Five flopping and not giving competitive songs and performances? Well, this is 1 year, so I don't want to get too excited, but I do feel as the Big Five are certainly now, hopefully, on a good track. I mean, France and Italy at the most, right? Spain and France kind of seem like they have figured something out. So has the UK. Germany, for the first time now this year, in a few years, kind of woke up as well. But 1 year does not make a trend. It is not a pattern. So I'm very, very cautious here to get too carried away with my thinking here. But I'm hoping that this will continue. And not that I want always semifinalists at the last place, but it would be nice not having a guaranteed Big Five come last or at the bottom every year. So we shall see. So, Matt, are we getting the clips on YouTube for all the 16 semifinal 2 countries? So we talked about that yesterday as well after the clip. The way it was phrased by, what's his name, Rylan, that he said, see you tomorrow. So we expect the clip for today's rehearsals, semi 2. They should come out today. Also, when you look at the video title from yesterday, it doesn't say semi 1. It really just talks about the performances of the day. So I'm pretty sure we get the link, the videos for today, even though they're only 5 or 6 sometime today. This is not certain because, consistency is not always EBU's forte. But if they follow the logic that I've seen, what Rylan said and what the video titles are, I'm pretty sure we get the video today. So that's where we're at. Maybe a dumb question. You know what they say. There are no dumb questions, only dumb answers. Maybe a dumb question, but what happens if someone from the Big Five don't want to be in the Big Five anymore? Well, that is a dumb question. I'm kidding. It's not a dumb question, actually, because years and years ago, there was a conversation that Russia may join that was obviously a while back to join the Big Five, and they actually declined because they feel like they have a better shot going for semis because they felt very confident qualifying every year and it's cheap and all that stuff. They can. If Germany says, you know what, we want to prove ourselves, we want to go for the semis, the EBU would be like, sure, but we still want your money. The only problem comes down to if they were to do that, then maybe they would have to pay less money. But I don't think that's going to happen. So technically, they can. They're not forced to be a Big Five. So they could decide. But who is that silly and do that? If I was the broadcaster, I'm like, no, of course I'm not going to go for the semis. But on paper, they should be able to, yes. But reality will not. No. So I don't blame the broadcasters if they're being given the opportunity. Hey, Matt, are there a lot of changes this year? Is there something you would change? Depends on what you define as change to the individual performances. So since we had more insight in previous years, we don't know all the other changes that have happened between the first and second rehearsal, right? We usually get like the whole 3 minutes and then we get a better idea. Here, we only get whatever they chose to show us. So it is very difficult to really comment on. So I don't know what will change and what has changed. We often see a lot of changes during the dress rehearsals through like the hosts and the interval acts. I remember they changed and got rid of a lot of jokes or comments by the hosts between these shows, and that could happen again this year. Who knows? What I would change, we talked about it earlier, I would get rid of this X Factor idol-like elimination process where they put them all on stage now and say, Malta, you're out, or something like that. I don't know. So this is terrible. And you know what they should do? Have you ever watched Ellen DeGeneres? She had that show when you give the wrong answer, you fall through the floor. She opens it up and you fall in. They should do that. Serbia, you did not qualify. And Luke, pew! This is me being very sarcastic because I hate that system. But they want drama? Let's give them drama. So yeah, that's what I would change. Andreas, which Big Five country is most likely to flop in your view? Most likely? I don't know. I'm worried about UK because I feel like Spain is a very likely jury pleaser, even if they flop in the televote. I feel the same about France. Germany, I feel the opposite. They will be a very likely televote pleaser. The only country I could see potentially flop with both is the UK. But I could also see them do really well. So UK is a big wild card for me. I want to see what's going on and how she sounds and all of that stuff. So, yeah. That would be my thinking. I don't know what you guys think. Oops. That was a double click. Delegations should all protest or when the moment come to not just go on stage. I know, right? But I mean, when you sign up for Eurovision, you kind of just sign up for everything. And so you kind of say, I mean, they can protest a little and really put pressure on them. But here's the thing. Some delegations have more power than others. And if you have a powerful delegation that says something, it's more likely for them to listen versus a small one. And I'm not going to say names. I'm not going to point anybody out, but I know the reality and how Eurovision works. So keep that in mind as well. Thank you, Iman. I wish I could pronounce your username better. For pointing out always at ESC United. Let me know. And to come up with a nickname for you. If Denmark goes through to the final, how would they place in jury and televote? Well, crystal ball, come up. Yeah, yeah. No, so Boris and both. Oh, there's Connor. Hang on a second, Connor. I didn't notice you were there. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you holding up in Liverpool? Happy belated birthday. It was Connor's birthday, everyone. Say happy belated birthday.
Yes, I'm doing pretty good. No, I basically hit the ground at 8 a.m. yesterday and dropped off my stuff at the apartment and came right to the Euro Club and did interviews.
I thought you to sleep. No, actually, I thought you stay up until like 10 or so. What time did you go to sleep?
Melanie and I got back at like almost 1 a.m.
Oh my God. How's your jet lag?
night. Actually, not that bad. And I don't know if it's because I had a lot of energy drinks and coffee, or I'm just, again, was just so delirious and high off of the spirit of Eurovision that
you'll get some lows in between. Your adrenaline, especially if it's your first time, your adrenaline will kick in, of course, but at some point you will feel like crashing during the day. But anyways, continue. What else happened?
Yeah, and I mean, we've just been popping around Liverpool. We've been meeting with the artists. I'm actually, I'll give you a sneak peek. We're here in the little terrace area in between Camp and Furnace, and Remo Ferrer is right behind me doing some press interviews. And Let 3 is in there right now, along with, I think Taria, I think, is here. So we're just in between interviews.
Hatari?
And Karia.
Oh, Karia. Hataria. Karia. Okay, got it.
No, Karia. So yeah, we've been here. Ironically enough, so my daily step goal is about 6,000. I've hit 9,700. It's only 3:30. So it tells you about how much walking and experiences I've been doing whilst experiencing Liverpool, meeting the artists. We've met a lot of the delegation members as well. So we're having a really great time.
That is wonderful. And is this your first time in the UK? I know it's your first time live Eurovision, but have you been to the UK before?
Yeah, so I actually in 2011, I think it was like August of 2011, right before the Olympics, I was in London for about a week. So I'm familiar with the UK and a little bit of I guess, the culture. So that's been helpful. The Scouse accent is still, I'm working on it. It's taking some time for me to really pick apart things, but I'm still doing okay. But yeah, and then of course my body tried really hard to compensate for the time change. It's great to be in the same place of Europe, like same time zone as Eurovision.
I know, it's like, it is weird, huh? The first time I did it, I'm like, this is so odd, because your brain still wants to count back, you know? So I know that feeling very well. Are you alone, or is anyone on the team with you?
No, so Melanie and David are here with me.
Denmark David?
Denmark David, yeah.
Oh.
He's here in Liverpool. He just popped over because he said, why not? So yeah, he's here with us because since he's an OGAE member, they're letting them in as well. And then Sean is getting us all situated with the Airbnb in Manchester, and also Roy's on his way from the airport.
Oh yeah, he's on his way. So that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to connect with Roy, and I think they're supposed to be on their way from Manchester here at some point, like right now-ish. So yeah. There's a few of us, but yeah, no, it's been mainly me and Melanie, and then David's just kind of been, I guess, our assistant, holding my stuff and things like that. But yeah, no, we're having a grand old time, and I just wanted to pop in. I can, if you would like, all the press conferences are done in the Euro Club, but if anyone wants to see it,
Yeah,
it's
if you can
not
pop
set
in
up,
wherever you
but
want, it's totally cool because all we do is here
heck
look at the
yeah.
clips and pictures. So,
Let's give you some exclusive content here.
oh, behind the scenes, y'all. It's all. Do you have another interview coming up? What's
Not yet. We've got a couple also. There's Eurovision music, but it shouldn't be too loud. But not
okay?
yet. We're working on trying to nail down a bunch of other ones. In fact, I think behind me back there, you'll see Let Three from Croatia. They're
Okay,
doing
we see
interviews.
hats, we see peoples, but we can tell who they are. But yeah, okay,
Yes.
let's see.
Well, they're wearing their hats, so you can kind of see it there in the background.
Okay.
They're interviewing with Eurovoix right now.
Oh, competition.
This is the furnace. So Camp Furnace is basically two rooms. So this is the furnace, and it's just kind of like a big venue. And then you come in. There's basically a door, and this is camp.
Oh.
So, and you'll see, and I'll take you back on over here. Because it's essentially already set up for press conferences in here. Flip me over here. But here is the press conference setup.
Oh, that's a nice
So,
little area. I like that. It looks almost like you're in the press center, like in the official press
yeah,
center.
it really kind of gives that feel. And of course, there's also a bar and food and everything here. So we've been pretty well taken care of. And it's kind of a nice little great alternative to the press center for right now because there's Wi-Fi. We can work on editing interviews here and everything like that. And then, yeah, it's kind of like a nice little hub. It's maybe about a solid 10-minute walk from the arena, give or take. So we can get pretty much anywhere we need to from here.
That is nice. Yeah.
This morning we went to the Lush Lounge to interview Voyager. So check that out. That's coming out, and it's a fantastic interview. I won't spoil it. And then ran over to Ireland's Hotel and got a interview with Wild Youth, and then walked the 20 minutes over here. And we've done literally got 5 interviews. We did Malta, we did Latvia, we did Azerbaijan, and then Switzerland. And we were gonna do Portugal, but we've moved to, we're gonna do it at the Euro Village on Saturday instead, just because of timing. They were a little behind.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, that's what, 6 interviews that I've done today, and
Wow.
it's been great. I mean, it's way better than doing them on Zoom, Matt.
I can imagine. Yeah, but they're shorter usually in person as well, but that's okay. It's still a better experience. Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
So you're going to be there for a little longer, or how much longer are you going to be there at that location today?
That is a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Right now, we don't have any plans for the evening, and actually, I think we're actually done. Yeah, that was the last press conference. There's just the 2 of them. So I don't know. We might just relax and take some time. Of course, again, we have to edit interviews and articles and stuff like that. So we might just work on that a little bit. I'm also gonna.
Out here. Sorry for the mic issues. But yeah, so we'll just kind of hang tight, have some fun, see Manchester tonight, and do it all again tomorrow.
I know.
Tomorrow's
Tomorrow's what?
The big 5 countries are going to be here tomorrow. Well, not all of them. So France, Spain, and Germany will be here, and I want to say that Italy will be here as well. Ukraine and the United Kingdom obviously have other responsibilities and negotiations, so they won't be here for the press conferences and meet and greets.
Oh, that's way too important, of course. So has there been a lot of talk on site about the semi-final situation?
Well, so I mean, the usual buzz. I mean, we all talk. You know this. You know this better than our commenters right now. But Yeah, no. So I mean, obviously we've gotten news about it, and we've seen the viral tweets about it and everything. I don't know. I think at least from the press side, we are, I guess, so in the zone right now that we're not really thinking about it. But yeah,
Yeah.
we've all had, I think, our own thoughts. I tuned into the live stream just a little bit and heard some of your thoughts, and I echo a lot of what you said, or the sentiments rather that you were saying. I think I understand it from an entertainment perspective. You know, you want to give them a good show, but we've talked about this, I think, before on stream of at what point is it an entertainment for the audience at the exploit of the artists that are taking part.
Yes. Yes, and that is the balance at the So I think most of it, and I can totally feel where you're coming from, because when you're in there and working in the bubble, it's like whatever happens besides that, it's hard to even focus on that. I remember even in 2016, Justin Timberlake is going to be there. I'm like, yeah, well, that's great. I have so much to do. You know, it was not even like really a thing. I'm like, that's wonderful. I'll figure it out eventually. So I totally get how that goes. I need to reach something real quick here to everyone, because Italy has an update. They're saying it's a timeless and classic ballad delivered by Marco with heart and soul, fluff. It's emotional roller coaster, fluff. Taking us to a musical journey, fluff, 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 fluff. Marco is a master of vocal light, fluff, and shade. He makes it performance look. They gave us nothing. Stage-wise, finally at the very end. It's Marco in leather trousers and a silver sparkly vest, backed by swirling clouds on the LED wall and the biggest moon we ever seen since, oh my God, since Spain's Blas Canto in 21. Brava Italia. So we're getting another big, big moon. The question is it on LED or is it like an actual blow up kind of one? You're on mute if you're talking. I cannot hear you. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was talking. What did you ask?
Okay. I thought you were talking to me. Sorry. No, that's totally fine. Did you hear the description of Marco, what I just read at all?
I heard leather, filler.
So that's all you need to know. No, it's leather trousers, silver sparkly vest, backed by swirling clouds on LED, and the biggest moon we've seen since Spain's Blas Canto in 21.
Okay.
The question is, are they going to have a blow-up moon? Kind of like what Blas had? Or did they have well, you know, not like, you know what I mean, inflatable. I should choose my words carefully. Better. Or is it going to be on LED?
I don't know. I mean, I think I wouldn't be shocked, I guess, to see something hanging from the rafters, but I mean, there's a large part of me that I feel like the large reason a lot of the delegations 2021 got away with a lot of stuff hanging from the ceiling was because so many people wanted it, and they're like, well, you know, we have the structure for it, and yeah, they have it for this year because we've seen, spoiler alert, the screen in the ceiling for Sweden's staging, so they have the capability. But I would just be shocked, and I have to say, and this is a terrible meme, hopefully we don't get canceled by Italy, but every time I think of that moon from Spain, it's that gif of it just rolling down the street, of like someone who had one of them just like it, and it's just rolling. So hopefully they have a good grasp on that, or yeah, I would hope it's not inflatable, because if that pops, oh man.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about that part. But I hope that honestly though, the moon itself wasn't the issue with the song in Spain. I don't think if they're with or without the moon, I don't think it would have made a big difference. It just seemed unnecessary, I guess, in Spain. Like, I don't know what the reason was behind it. So I wouldn't read too much into it, and we'll see. And I'm sure it's going to look good. We just have to figure out if it's an inflatable one or they just really bored whatever Blas Canto had available. So
use that budget.
Use that budget. I know, because Italy, I mean, I guess they know what they're doing. You know, we cannot really criticize them for like, well, they've been doing well, you know, so we're the last ones to say you shouldn't be doing that. Anything else you would like to share with us, Connor, on site? So tomorrow you said will be the Big Five, but it'll be a fairly short day then, right? If it's only the Big Five.
Yeah, so for tomorrow, which of course our schedule is rapidly changing, practically every hour. Like we just got invited on our way to the Euro Club, to the Nordic party that's tomorrow night,
Mm-hmm.
with all the Nordic delegations. Um, so just constantly rapidly changing, but yeah, no, it'll be a little bit shorter. I think it's about 13 o'clock to maybe 14:30 here at the Euro Club.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll play the rest of it by ear. But um, we're working, and this is a point that I wanted to make. Part of the reason why I came on, but I know a lot of people have really been concerned and I guess about the press center being closed and supporting artists and things like that.
Did you
By
hear
the
a lot
way,
about that?
here is
Oh.
Lab 3. But I just want to let you know, there's a lot of fan sites that are here on site, and we are doing as much as we can to support the artists and get in front of them and kind of help maybe get that exposure that they're missing because of the press conferences not being held and interviews
Yeah.
not being able to happen. The delegations are being fantastic and offering hotel room, or not hotel room, but hotel lobby interviews. And we
Uh-huh.
interviewed
Mm-hmm.
we interviewed Victor in the street of Liverpool last night outside the Cavern Club. So um, we are doing as much as we can, and that's why our schedule is so impromptu, is that we're just taking all the opportunities we can to get in front of the artists, and vice versa, to try and support the artists, for a career perspective and Eurovision perspective and things like that. So that's mainly just been our prime operative. And then once we get to, is it Monday, when we're in the press center, everything will probably shift and we'll change our strategy. But
That's how
probably
Eurovision
tomorrow.
works. Yeah. And for
Yeah,
the record,
tomorrow will just be editing.
yeah, in the past they offered also hotel rooms. Thing that has changed. Now, I'm kidding, of course. Off the record, no. So make sure you also get some sightseeing in though. Do you have anything planned for that? Just, I mean, I do want you to have at least a little bit, hang out time. You have some tonight, right?
Yeah. So definitely tonight, we had plenty of hangout time last night as well. I mean, we were basically done. We went to, again, the Cavern Club to watch Victor from Greece perform.
Mm-hmm.
And after that was at 1700. After that, we had nothing to do, so we just hung out. We got drinks, celebrated my birthday. So the plan, I think, for tomorrow is at least in the morning to try and do as much sightseeing as possible, and Saturday as well. And they gave us a booklet when we came in to the train station this morning. They had a booklet of all of the events happening in Liverpool. So me and Melanie are probably going to try and check out, and Sean and Roy, try and check out as many of those as we can. Go sightseeing. We're going to go to the big Eurovision welcome party, the National Lottery, tomorrow or Saturday, whenever that is. And then, yeah, we'll just be partying it up and holding down for it. We're trying to find the Huntsman Pub .2, Mark II.
Yeah, by the time I get there, I want that all sorted out, just for the record. Because Sunday, all I'm doing is going to have fun, because I'll get there in the afternoon, and then I'm not going to do much in the evening. Maybe a quick live stream, but
we'll have sorted everything out for you by that point. So you're just a figurehead at that point.
Yeah, have you seen all the rehearsal clips? By the way, somebody's asking what your thoughts are on Ireland's rehearsals clip. Have you seen any of them at this point since you were busy, or not really?
Yeah, no, it's me. Of course, I've watched them. I didn't want time.
They want to put you on the spot.
No, I've watched. I've watched almost all of them. Obviously, I not as intensely as I might have if I was working from home, but I would say at least from what I've seen, I'm impressed by almost all of the delegations, and a lot of people have surprised me. For Ireland's in particular, I think it's one of those things where we have to see the whole package, because I don't think that clip gives us a full glimpse at what everything. But hey, Ireland bought pyrotechnics again, so their budget has increased, so we're moving in a positive direction here. And I just talked with them this morning, and again, not spoiling any interview, but we talked about the color gold and why they chose gold for the coloring of their theming and stuff like that. So no, I am impressed, but again, I'm saving all of my final verdicts for the I guess dress rehearsals next week.
Yeah, next week.
Solidify.
Yeah, you'll be in there quite a bit. We're only allowed inside. Remind me again, you don't have tickets for the actual shows, or do you? Some people had tickets. I forgot who. Do you have a ticket for any of the shows?
Yeah, Gabe and I will be in for the jury rehearsal Monday night for semifinal 1.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you get to see it live there. So you technically don't have to be in the arena for the first dress rehearsal for the press. So that's what it is. Okay, cool. Well, I know you probably are busy, so I can let you go if you need to. But I know how stressful it can be doing everything at once.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, my battery's at like 10%. So
that's okay. I'll let you go.
Yeah, but awesome. Well, we just wanted to check in, but have a great time and hope everyone's enjoying themselves with what little we have right now. But next week, that's almost there.
It'll be a whole lot more. All right. Take care. I'll talk to you in a bit. We'll chat. All right. Bye. All right. That's Connor live from Liverpool. So that was fun getting like a little glimpse. And it doesn't look like I missed anything except, I already read the Italy post. So we'll go from there. Now we're just waiting for Italy's information because we're already way ahead of that one. They're extra slow today. Is it me? Maybe I'm just being sensitive. I don't know. Impatient. No TikToks. I mean, the TikToks, I'm not too surprised. They're always super slow. But at least I get the pictures and the information a little quicker. Oh, well. Or maybe there's a delay inside. That could be as well. We have no idea because we're just out of the loop. And it's really annoying. But oh, well. The new normal. But we're waiting for the pictures from France. And you would think they would have those by now. Maybe the delegation is extra picky on which pictures to use. So I keep forgetting about that. So that gives us the opportunity to talk a little bit more and answer questions. This question is from Laura. What do you think about Germany's rehearsal? Laura, we certainly only had the pictures and the description right now, and based on what I saw, me likey. I will see the video and all that stuff, but I think it's kind. I wouldn't say expected. We all knew what the essence of the performance would be like, right? And that's basically what they're doing, and they're just making it visually very effective. And that's exactly what I can see. That's where they are delivering. So I am very excited and hopeful, and I think it's going to look really, really good. So yes, I'm happy. I'm happy. Oopsie. Oh, that was the wrong one. Sorry. Oh my God. You people talk too much. Every time I try to click on a comment, the next comment pops up. So I hope that the French flag isn't tacky on the LED. Well, I feel like it's partially my fault, actually, because I said, please do not put an Eiffel Tower on the LED. They listened, and they went with the French flag instead. So there always has to be something French on there. Am I right? So next time they're going to put the baguette or something that is so, what we associate with the country. So yeah, we will see. But let's put the flag aside for a moment. I'm just so excited about the pictures, and I just know it's going to look amazing. I'm so hopeful and excited about what is expected. So what to expect there. I'm just really excited about the French picture. So, and the vocals will be great. So I think France is once again going to slay Eurovision. They are editing Eiffel Tower into pictures. Of course, the suspense is killing me. I can only imagine. I've been doing that. This is now country number 34, something like that. So I'm used to this now. But yeah, when it's your own country, you're super attached to it. Is very intense for sure. Especially when they just don't give us anything, and the information is just so limited. But yeah, so and then we got to wait for France and Italy pictures, and I think Ukraine is taking the stage next, right? And then Spain, and then the UK, and then we're done. And as a reminder, this is how it's going to work. The next few days will be a little different. especially tomorrow, there will be just a shorter live stream probably because, we're not going to get any information except for the video. And I don't know what time the video will drop tomorrow. If it's, again, around 9 o'clock, I will be just online around that time because I'm leaving tomorrow. My tomorrow, your Saturday, I guess, because my flight is at 7:45, which is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4:45 a.m. Central European time. That means I will get there in the afternoon, about 3:30 in the afternoon, landing in Paris. I will spend the night there, and I will try to do then a live stream from my hotel room, and then leave in the morning, jump on the Eurostar to London, and then from London to Liverpool on the train, and I'll be in what you call that place, Liverpool, in the afternoon. So yeah. Oh, it's time for Ukraine. That's the blog update, but it is only the introduction. We know who they are, so I don't have to go through all of that. But Andre said that his drag name would be Charlemagne Monroe. I mean, that's a fun fact. It's very random, but yeah, it's a fun fact. So that's what the plan is. Next question. Shannon, Matt, how are you? Have you been getting enough rest and keeping yourself hydrated with all these late live streams? Yes, I am staying very, very hydrated. As a matter of fact, I mean, yes, no such thing as too hydrated, I guess. But I've been drinking a lot. I mean, water, not. Yeah, and I can tell the difference. So no, I try to stay hydrated. The only thing right now, I have like need to clear my throat a lot, but keep in mind, this is not the first time. I've been doing this for a long time. So it's the adrenaline keeps you going. The excitement keeps you going. Y'all keep me going. So I'll be fine. Been doing it for years. People are always so concerned about me. The only thing is every once in a while I'll break out a little. You can see a little zit up here. But okay. I'm doing fine, but this is not about me, y'all. This is about the 37 wonderful and beautiful artists and acts, I should say, that are in the running this year, and we're here to celebrate them and judge them. No, I'm kidding. And just celebrate music. Have you packed your chocolate? Why would I pack? Is that an inside joke that I'm not getting? Well, what Sean is going to do, he's going to buy British goodies, and we're going to do a trying local food for the first time video. People like what we did in Italy, and we'll do it again. Just try random food and see if we like it or not. American chocolate is nasty. Yeah, most of it is nasty. I don't disagree with that. There are some good stuff. I actually like Hershey's peanut butter cups to die for. And I will defend them. It's a hill I will die on. They are amazing. But yeah, fortunately, we have a store here in the US called World Market. And as the name kind of spoils it, they have a lot of world items, and there's a German section. And so they have a lot of Kinder or Milka, that kind of stuff in there. So when I can, I sneak into there and grab a little piece of chocolate. And that makes me really excited. At home, for years I didn't have anything German, but since I discovered that store, I have German mustard. We have really good mustard. I always have that at home and all of that stuff. So yeah, that is what makes me happy. As always, I see a lot of people asking questions, but at East United, it's hard for me to catch them. Do you believe we can get a 300-point hitter in the juries this year? Yes. Yes, I think there are several songs that have that potential. Right now, Spain and Sweden stand out to me the most. But I could see a universe where France really outperforms a lot of countries or people's expectations. So it's not guaranteed, but it's certainly possible. How often has that happened? I know Portugal obviously has done that. Dami Im has done that. I think Manselmalo did that, right? Yeah. Was that it? Was those the 3 times? Someone help me. Yeah, in the jury. Only in the jury. Yes. Sam Ryder didn't do it. Who came first? I don't think Switzerland in 21 broke through it either, right? Trying to remember. So yeah. Anyways, ask Connor, has he been to Greg's yet? Well, a little late, Sadie. I'll ask him later though, because we'll be talking. We'll go from there. If Sweden and Finland split the vote by taking the jury vote and televote respectively, and someone does Jamala this year, do you think this would make you friends? I feel like I answered that question just like, am I having a deja vu? I feel like I'm having a deja vu, or I just answered it a few minutes ago. But yes, I think France would be the one. It could happen. That's why I said there is a chance that really like the juries and televoters have such a disagreement. And I always think more of Duncan Lawrence, because this was even more dramatic. Because he got third and second and won, and then France did the same way in 21, but they came only second. It just really comes down to where the disagreements are happening and how dramatic they are. That makes it at least a little bit more unpredictable. Let me just double check. You guys let me know, because I'm doing this all. If there are any updates, I see the blog. I have that one in front of me. But if pictures or TikTok updates, you gotta let me know. How does it feel to not be able to see the first and second rehearsals for the time? I don't look. I actually did say I can support and agree with the first rehearsals, but the second rehearsals is clearly just a matter of taking away our ability to keep it with the EBU, because you saw the bragging that they did about their numbers. So hang on a second. My schluffies just came off. Oh yeah, my nephew gave me those to me. Aren't they cute? Spider-Man, he loves superheroes. I wear them every day, and they're not going to last much longer though. How do you manage? No, that's not the one I wanted to click. Who, in your opinion, could blindside us in the swoop into first? Not Sweden, Spain, France, or Finland. Oh, you're eliminating everybody. I don't know. As of right now, I cannot see anyone. Maybe Austria's going to actually win the televote and doesn't do as badly in the jury as some of us maybe think. So that would be my guess. So, but yeah, I'm not sure. That's hard. That's one of the difficult questions, because I haven't seen the run through yet, or any sort of full rehearsal clip. So yeah, I still gotta wait on that. But ask us again in a few days, like once we have seen the whole run through. As fans, is there something that we can show them that we hated the new X Factor announcement decision? As being fan of 20 years now, it makes just me even more disconnected to this show in the future. Just keep speaking out on social media, tag Eurovision, just make your voice heard. And it just all in numbers. Ultimately, it comes down to money decisions, right? The more money they make, the more they will just go a different way. But if people speak out, contact maybe even like delegations if you can, just write people, the more dissenting voices they get, the more likely then maybe it will be heard by somebody. So that would be my suggestion. But I understand you feel helpless, because I've been saying so many things that I don't like, and everything that I didn't like is now part of Eurovision. The pre-recorded vocals, all of these things. So I'm pretty sure this is here to stay now as well. Do you think the delegations know about the qualifiers? Yes. So one of the articles talked about that at least 2 delegations confirmed what we heard. So, and that number may have gone up by now. That was as of this morning. So we'll see. But yes, those things will be communicated to the delegations, and they are being made aware of that. And some delegations speak out, but obviously the power lies with the money, aka EBU. Thank you, Stargazer. A coffee for today. I can't wait for tomorrow. Cyprus and Greece. Oh yes. Because with Greece, we're always like, are there too many victors on screen? But I always said, let's withhold final judgment, because maybe it really makes sense. Because we are not there to see the creative, flow of things and how it'll look on camera. That's something we need to remember. And Cyprus, I'm super excited because that looked great. So yes, so for Cyprus, I'm just ready to see the beauty, and for Greece, I want to prove the doubters wrong and that it actually looks meh. So somebody will ask, how do they announce the qualifiers, Matt? So if you just joined the stream a few moments again, drink something, so I say. I'm out of coffee. I have more water here, don't worry. So they will have all 15 participating acts, or 16, depending on what semi you're in, actually on stage. And then they will announce the results. If the 16, think of X Factor style. So the first country going through is Egypt. And then, they are jumping out and being all excited and go down, properly to a spot where the qualifiers stand. And then when everyone was announced, we can look at all the losers and laugh at them. That's basically what it feels like. So I'm a big, big opponent of that. So I've been very, very anti that, but I've been saying that. I'm consistent on that, at least. You can call me crazy. You can call me a whiner. But I've been very consistent in my fear of this show turning into purely entertainment at the expense of the artists and the artistry that comes with it. And I've been called an old fart, a boomer, even though I'm far from that, pushed aside by people. And you see it's going more and more that way. Because you will have a younger crowd maybe who thinks that's awesome, bring on the drama or whatever. And I'm like, no. If I was an artist and I know this is going to happen, I would think 2 or 3 times if I were to do it. Now, if you're a new up-and-coming artist who has done The Voice before or whatever, maybe you feel less threatened by it. But if you're an established act, like, let's say, Hooverphonic or Sam Ryder in this case, I would think twice. Well, he's in the finals already, but you get my point. I would think twice doing this. So I'm a big opponent, and I am happy to see that most of us, it seems, are against that as well, because I was worried that people think that's going to be awesome drama, because some people really liked the sad faces of the artists or the fake, like, it's okay. It's just, I don't like it. But yeah, it makes for great TV. Do you think it cheapens Eurovision? Yes. Yes. Because a lot of my American friends always go, what is Eurovision? That's like it's like just an American Idol version of songs. I'm like, no, it's nothing like it. That is a very banal and simple way to explain this. Now with all the changes, pre-recorded backup tracks, the announcing results and all of that stuff, it really turns it more into that. And those shows are always a fad. American Idol came and died. I mean, it's back, but it's not watched anywhere near it used to be. So this is a fad, and it'll change. And Eurovision should not really chase fads. They should create them, and they've done that so much better in the past. So yeah, it's just another Melody Festival and creation there, where they do that. They're all sitting on stage and then they announce them, and then as said, then the stagehands come in and usher off the losers. Like, okay, you don't need it anymore. Props, get the props off stage now. And yeah. So I could go on this for hours, so I better ask the next question, because I get my blood boiling. Let's allow covers at Eurovision. That's right. Next up, you can actually sing a song, because we're running out of music. So that is funny. I mean, not funny, haha funny, but more like funny. So that's funny, yeah. Let me double check if there are any updates. Nope. They're taking the extra sweet time. I thought I could just have an easy day today, but now the EBU will not allow for that to happen. And probably are going only to see artist reaction. I prefer much more the delegation as a whole reacting them, and that is correct. I would assume, because they can't have all the delegations on there either, because there are too many people. I mean, having 15 acts on there in the first place is already quite busy. So I don't know. I don't know how they're all going to do that. It looks very, very messy and very, very wrong. We got back to the topic that I was trying to move on from, because but that's one of the things I also pointed out earlier. One thing that at least was nice about being in the green room is the acts that did not qualify, they have the comfort of the team there, that they're not alone. They all can just hug each other, cry it out, and be like, it's okay, we did our best, And there you just have poor little, let's say, Eru from Georgia, like, and she's not qualifying, let's say. I'm not saying she will, I'm just picking one random act, and she's like, I'm all alone. I didn't qualify. My country hates me. But I'm so happy for you, Australia. I'm crying. So I'm being, I'm being very melodramatic here, but it is kind of what people go through at that moment. It's not a nice feeling. At that moment, you want to have people around you that are on your side and feel the same kind of sadness, So I really, really hate it. Anyways, here's the question about Denmark placement in the jury and televote in the final. What do you think will happen? I don't know. So I think we asked that before Connor came in, right? And then we never finished that question. So Boris and Emma yesterday on the live stream were worried that Denmark will be like the 9th or 10th qualifier in the semi-2, and then potentially become the first last place in the grand final kind of song. I'm not there yet. I personally think that Denmark has a whole lot more televote appeal than people think. And I said this, not that I'm saying I'm right, because I was right once before, but I had the similar feeling, like kind of like Love Is Forever kind of thing. Nobody thought this was going to qualify or would come last, and then it was midfield kind of thing. So I could see a similar outcome for this song as well. I think it has much more appeal than people give it credit for, but maybe it won't click. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm still surprised people are not as comfortable about it. Have you heard about Mimicat comments that Portugal can't afford LED fireworks and enhanced staging? It's possible. It's possible that they really just... It's a question of if they can't afford it or they don't want to pay for it. There is a difference. They could afford it in the past. They could afford it in 21. Remember the Black Mamba? That looked gorgeous. And that was quite elaborate. And that was an issue. They had props in 2019. Why didn't they have now? So why, so it seems really, I believe she's telling the truth. I'm just saying, I think it's more of a year-by-year situation, that they just haven't gotten the budget. So when the things we point out that we didn't like about the staging is not against the artist, because I think Mimicat is amazing enough in the song to qualify anyways, then it is all the criticism towards the broadcaster and the delegation for not coming up with a more creative way with a low budget. So yeah, but it does suck when you don't have the funding to match other delegations' budget, and that feels like a disadvantage. And I hear you, but I still think the song is strong enough to survive on its own. But yeah, it sucks. Thank you so much, Esma, for the super chat. No question, but we really, really appreciate it. For Ukraine, from Ukraine, so if Ukraine can afford it, Portugal can as well. Here's the thing: there's also a difference between what they can and want to pay, and you never know what's going on behind the scenes with the broadcaster, and what their thoughts are, their process thinking. So it's not the artist, or even in many cases the delegation. Oh no, you lost me. My life sucks. Okay, I think RTP got me. I knew they were listening. I knew they were watching. I knew it. Hopefully I'm back now, y'all. It's really, I think the software that I'm using is just cannot take it any longer. If that happens, I'll be back in no time. So, Matt failed to qualify. God, could you imagine? Oh my God, that's funny. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. That was funny. But anyways, back to Portugal. I think I made my case about, we're rooting for Portugal, and it sucks when you don't have the broadcasters backing, because this whole we don't have money. Maybe it's true, maybe it isn't. Yeah, I'm not delirious. Trust me, I'm not. I like to laugh, but that was funny. I'm delirious. How dare you? Okay, next question. Do you think we are likely to have a last place in the final with a good number of points, 30 plus, like in 2018? Who came last in 2018? Oh, Portugal. Yeah, maybe even we have a situation like we had in Estonia in 2011 in Germany, where we had, Switzerland only got a few points, came last, and then everybody else had 50 and more points. But then again, we only had one set of points, so it was a little different there. I could see it happening, because this year in particular, the Big Five are not necessarily just looked at as the bottom 5 fillers, but actually competitive. So I could see that actually happening. This could be the year. So yes, it's a very good observation. And I think I agree. We have every reason to believe that this could happen this year. Why not? Right? Why not? So is there an update? Oh, Ukraine is taking the stage. We already had that. Never mind. No pictures, no TikToks? Jeez. What do you think about Ukraine winning again? Will the show get degraded and raise eyebrows? I personally don't even think we need to worry about that. There's just no way that Ukraine's going to win this year. I know that some people are saying it's going to have the same effect as last year, but it's different now. It just happened, the whole invasion of Russia in Ukraine. People were still emotional about it and fearful. And not that they're not now, but people... I don't want to downplay what's happening in Ukraine, because it's equally, if not more, devastating than it was right now. But people have lived with this new reality for a little while, and some of the things have become more like almost the norm for people, like just getting updates. And so people know that they're won before, and the song itself was strong, so I'm not taking away anything from the song. So I don't think it's going to happen. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. If it were to happen, we can cross that bridge at that point. I'm sure there would be a lot of upset people. But once again, I'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Also, the song doesn't match. You have to have a song like Stefania. Exactly, Alicia. That is exactly what I would say as well. Are they ahead of schedule today? No, they not hardly ever are ahead of schedule. If anything, they're behind schedule, and it feels like they are behind schedule right now, or they're just really behind updating the live blog. So one of these two things. I want Eurovision ESC to follow the NQ artist home to show reaction of their family, for drama. Well, there's an idea in the grand final. Let's go back to the people that did not make it and how they dealt with the blow to their face. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love how this, this will create so many memes. That alone is fun. Okay, so somebody says Italy pictures are out. Aha. Why Italy? Why Italy? Wait, was Italy first? I don't even remember. The pictures aren't loading yet, though. So they'll be up any moment now. I'll keep clicking and see if they're coming up. Excuse me, there was some question. So will we find out that Germany staging includes raining blood and glitter? So there will be, highly unlikely there will be any raining anything unless it's on the LED, because you cannot have a messy stage with all the confetti and effects, because for the next act you have 45 seconds to clean that stuff up. The last time, there may be another one, but I just so remember 2013 with Krista Siegfried. She had her heart-shaped confetti come out, and you saw that stuff on there 5 performances later, and it's just a bitch to clean, basically. And so I think they started to get away from that. And with all the advanced LEDs and the screen effects that they can use. They don't need that anymore, and it just doesn't work. I remember taking a ferry home from Stockholm in 2016, and Jiri Potsman was singing on the ferry. These are my favorite non-press related items, events that happen every year. And now that you mentioned Stockholm, I just remember we went out partying one night, and then we went back to the train station to get to our hotels. And I remember there was one or two people from the Cyprus band, minus one, super drunk, and they're like, we don't know where to go. What bus do we take? And we had to help them figure out where to go. That was a really cool moment. Like those moments to remember, the non-scripted, non-Eurovision event related ones, and it was just, and there are plenty of moments like that that I just really, really enjoy. Oh, thank you so much, Sonia B, for the super chat. Thank you for all the amazing work you do. Will you have live streams from Press Room next week? I know this question will come up a bit, and I talk about it on a daily basis. So the EBU does not allow live streams from the press center during shows. So what we'll do is we'll be in our hotel room for the live streams, and we will be in the press room for everything else, basically, in the press center, for our reviews, coverage, live social media, you name it. So for all of that, we'll be in there as well. So keep that in mind. It's a little more of a different environment because the EBU really tightened the rules in terms of what can or cannot be heard. And it's unfortunate, but the new management team wants to have all of that to themselves. Come on, click. There you go. I was smoking with Eleni in Lisbon airport. She smokes? Called her Cyprus. Someone's like, no, I sang for Cyprus. I'm Eleni. What? I was smoking with Eleni in Lisbon airport, called her Cyprus, and she was like, no, I sang for Cyprus. I'm Eleni. Got it. Hi, Cyprus. It is kind of like we call these people not by their names, by the countries, because I'm always saying, this is Cyprus. But I'm like, no, the name is Eleni. And that is true. It feels kind of weird. Yeah, those moments, aren't they like special? And you'll always carry those with you. I tried to remember what happened in, well, I had my best reaction was actually with Eleni as well, probably because apparently she was a fan of us because she loved my reaction video to Fuego. And as a matter of fact, although that's more press related, they loved us so much that they gave us first dibs on interviews. So we were the first ones to interview them, and everyone was standing around like, because she was hot commodity at that point, right? Because she was already a fan favorite, and then betting odds. So that was a cool moment. She's a very sweet girl as well. So it was really, really exciting. So Jason, thank you so much for that super chat as well. Let me bring that up. Do you think Paul McCartney will be in the finals? I know there are rumors about that. It would be that's the one time where I would say it's fine to bring in a big name. Because number one, Justin Timberlake had nothing to do with Sweden, right? Madonna had nothing to do with Israel. Paul McCartney has a lot to do with the UK and Liverpool in particular. So this would be a very appropriate option. So I don't know. My answer is I don't know. It's going to be expensive. And I don't know if he's up for it, but I think it would be a fantastic moment. So it's one of the few times where I say this makes sense and I support that idea because it's not just because of the big name, but he has the closest connection to the country and the host city. I mean, when was the last time this happened? You know what I mean? So it is pretty cool. So people are saying the pictures are working now for Italy, so I'll bring him up. Oh, we forgot about them because I was so busy talking. Marco, show me what you got. Okay, so he's wearing a sleeveless shirt. So as I thought, it would be a very, very simple staging because, what is he supposed to do? It'll be the camera work here. Absolutely. So black leather. And keep in mind, this is his first individual dress rehearsal. He can still change his outfit. because it is very simple. I don't think that's going to be his final outfit. I don't know. No, that's not going to be it. He's just wearing something. I hope it is. Right? Am I right? I'm pretty sure even like in 2013, it's been so long that he was not wearing his actual outfits in the beginning either. He's a big star. He doesn't have to be ready. Okay, so there is something in the back happening, but that's probably on the LED screen? Or no? Yeah, you don't. These pictures don't tell you much, except what I believe him to be not his last outfit. So it looks fine. I mean, you know what? I see. That's one of the performances. I was like, I don't know that we're gonna get a whole lot out of the pictures. It'll be all about, you know, the camera work. So once we get the 30-second snippet, maybe we'll get a little bit more of an idea. The only thing that was a picture, I'm not sure if they were dances or they were on the backdrop, LED. I'm not sure. So we will see. Maybe somebody has more insight. Let me know. So somebody says there's an update on the live blog. So let's jump back to that as well. Here's Lorraine in the rain. Can confirm that Ukraine Tvorchi go big with flame jets during the string section at the end. What a finish. So R&B is one of the few musical genres we haven't seen at Eurovision this year. And the song is definitely one of the coolest and most contemporary ones. They use the lighting and the LED wall to powerful effect, including 4 boxes on stage, which provide an LED backdrop to their 2 black-clad dancers. So they're bringing lots of stuff with them. There's a lot of elements to the composition that feel almost orchestral, soaring strings, church organ-style keyboard effects, thumping bass, Jeffrey's effortless vocals. It all comes together on stage. Okay. And as I said, they have pyros in the final run through. So this sounds, again, Ukraine always brings something. They're never going to go home just like, we didn't try. So I think that Ukraine will get another great result here. So this is going to be an interesting to look forward to in terms of like the pictures and whatnot. I would assume still no TikToks. So we'll have to wait on that. The Spanish delegation has released photos of Blanca's wardrobe. It's very similar to what she wore in Benidorm Fest, I'm saying. So, yep, that's good to hear. I think, as I said, Spain will probably stick very close to what we saw in the national final because it was beautiful. It was flawless. And what they do is they probably do some tweaks here and there, kind of what like almost Chanel did. You know, it was a national final performance, but with more holy crap moments, right? And I could see that something similar being repeated here for them as well. Just, it's a different feel. It's a different vibe. You cannot go with flash. You have to go with class. And the question is how they're going to get that accomplished. So, yeah. That's exciting. Will there be a roundup video from today's semifinal 2? Yes, that's that's what we're being told. There will be a roundup for those 6 countries that rehearsed today, or 5, 6, 5, whatever it was. So we'll get the 30-second as seen on TV snippets eventually. I may not be here for that because I got to start packing. I'm not start packing, continue packing, I should say. Original song is one of the criteria for jury points. Which countries do you see getting most points from this? Well, originality, I mean, on paper, you can say Finland is high up there. Spain, I find, is high up there. There's so many of them. Gosh. But those 2 stand out to me the most out of those that are really in contention. But I don't think originality is only one criteria. You can make a case that Croatia is unique and from that perspective, but I don't think they'll vote for that, you know, because it's just like one portion of it. So, but yeah, so Spain, so that's why I still think Spain is going to be really, really high in the jury vote. It just has everything that a jury would look for. Voice, originality, you know, the genre is right, just everything. So that's why I feel about it. Which countries do you think you want to join next year? like Kazakhstan, Bulgaria again, or someone else. Feels like there are so many who have jumped away. So I want all of them back, of course. That's my politically correct answer, so that I'm going to stick with that now. So I definitely want the ones back that just had to withdraw because of financial reasons. North Macedonia comes to mind. Montenegro comes to mind. Those two I need to have back next year. North Macedonia hopefully will be back. But yeah, those I want back. Bosnia Herzegovina also, just because of money, they cannot take part. Hopefully at some point. That's why anyone that is really doing it just for they cannot afford it, those I want back the most. It's just how I feel. Of course I want Slovakia back because they're right there, but they just lost interest. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. Hungary and Turkey will not return unless something changes in the country. Turkey potentially next year. That would be nice. I don't see Kazakhstan debuting at the contest in the near future. I think they will just stick to junior. The EBU very much made it sound like they're not interested in having them in the big contest. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to happen. So to answer your question, yes, I'm rooting for North Macedonia and Montenegro the most right now. And Bulgaria, I don't know what they're up to. You know, the way they handled that announcement was really weird and fishy and almost off-putting. And I want them back too, but I don't know where their head is at. So we'll get more on that hopefully soon. Do you think that France could refuse to leak any visuals until the 13th? No, it'll come. Last time, I mean, even Greece, like yesterday, they forgot to update Greece. And then they did like in the second half. So I think maybe the French team is more specific in terms of what they want us to see. So they're trying to really pick the right pictures. So we'll see. But no, they cannot just leave one country out. So you'll get them. You'll get them. It's just a matter of when, not if. We'll get our 10 pictures, right? That's always the magic number that they use. Let me go back to the blog. So we have Ukraine rehearsing right now. Of course, we'll get the pictures at some point. Then we have L'España and United Kingdom. So, as always, at ESC United, give me your questions while I'm bringing up the blog. It's time for Spain. So Spain is already taking the stage now. So that's about it. So the pictures for France should hopefully be up soon. And then Ukraine's pictures will come. And then we'll wait for TikTok still. No, TikToks. All right, back to the questions. Rumors say all 15 to 16 entries are lined up on stage. Oh, God, this question will never get back away. Lyndon, we talked about that all morning, but I know you probably just joined. Yes, it is correct. We'll have that kind of announcement. I talked ad nauseum about that and my feelings. So I don't want to go back to it because, that's all we want to talk all day. But yeah, this has been discussed. And in a nutshell, all of us here, myself and the chat, we know Likey. We know Likey. So let's see. Oh no, this is the last question. Okay, so keep asking them at ESC United. My screen is a little slow right now. Matt, I tried to comment on my super chat. No go. Oh, let me see. Sorry about that if I missed anything. It is not an easy process here today. Because, this is like today and tomorrow are the transitional days where we are limited resources with team people going there and getting stuff ready. So I'm on my own, all alone. But fear not. Just call me out kindly and I'll do what I can. I'm going into the software right now. I had to close it because, I had to restart everything and then it didn't refresh. So hold on tight. Oh, I don't see anything. So if I missed it, let me know, repost it. Did we have France photos already? No, we did not. So we have to wait on those. Did you have France photos already? No, I got that one as well. No France photos, I said. Okay, you didn't miss it, Matt. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just, I thought that's what they meant when they said that. So in that case, let me jump back to the blog. Something will be updated eventually. Which non-English language sound most interesting? Okay, so you ask a question like those who follow me for a little while, they know that I have a huge appreciation for languages, and I refuse to say that there is an ugly language. Dutch is always called like it's such an ugly language to sing in. Like, no, it's beautiful. Just every language has such a unique sound and tone to it, and I love it. There are certain languages I really, really love in particular because they are so unique. And of course, you can always do the French and Italian language, but I always loved Finnish and Hungarian because they have such a unique sound to them that I'm always just so fascinated by it. So those I'm always digging when they perform. That's why I'm probably just so much in love with Finland this year, and the Hungarian music often is just really working for me. So those two languages certainly stand out to me. But there are others as well. There's so many beautiful languages. All of them are. So I can listen to them all. So Serbian is, in my opinion, the most beautiful language in music. It's a beautiful, because, Serbian is beautiful. All the, the adjacent languages there, they're all just really, really beautiful. So yeah, there are no bad languages. I hate it when people say that. I'm like, ugh. Any act lying on the floor today? Well, we don't have any pictures yet, but none of the pictures taken so far have given us any lying down. It wouldn't much make sense for Germany or Italy to do that. I don't think Marco Mengoni is going to lie down like that. So no, and Germany wouldn't make sense. France wouldn't make sense. Spain, I don't think will do it because did she do it in the national final? That's the only one I could potentially picture it a little, and maybe UK. But other than that, no, but we haven't seen anything yet. So, do you think that Italy could be the big 5-1 country that year that which won't do well? I see a universe where Italy could underperform. I could see Italy being midfield in a worst case scenario kind of thing. That is, I think it's going to flop, but it could be the song that just goes in the middle somewhere. Because I don't think it's a contender for the win. And if you're not clicking emotionally with the people, then you're screwed with the ballad. That's the risk sending a ballad like that. But it's Italy. And it's Marco. So he sings it so well. The jury's better appreciate it. I know Italy has often been undervalued by the juries. But this one, I have a hard time them not going for it. So Marco Mengoni tweeted. So let me go to his Twitter. Apparently he did better pictures. But of course, Twitter is not letting me allowed to log in because they're having issues with their login, and I'm still having problems. So I'm trying to go in there right now. Aha! I found it. I just got to share my screen now. Do, 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 do. Oops. Ta-da! That doesn't give us much more. Just there's a lot of smoke, but look in the back. There are the stairs, and there are two, what I perceive to be dancers doing dancey dances. Okay, and then on the side, you see there's a backdrop of like, this kind of look pretty, actually. I knew there was more than those pictures told us. The pictures on the EBU side were slightly disappointing and non-telling. Thank God we have this to use. He's close to the audience. They're talking. That's not part of the performance, obviously, but it's still fun to look at. Now that is a nice shot. And there you can see the moon they were talking about. So it's on the LED. It's not a big-ass moon hanging from the ceiling. Whew, whew, whew. Okay, so dodged the bullet there. So, yeah, we just have to see how it comes together. But I feel good about that. I feel good about what I'm seeing here. How do you guys feel? Let me know. in the chat, as always, at ESC United. Do you agree that those black lines on the backdrop LED gets you out of the fantasy during like Sweden? No, not me, not really. It doesn't bother me that much. Nope. I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't take out the magic to me. It's certainly nothing anywhere near what we've had last year with the sun. And no, I see some people have been talking about it, and I see what they're saying. It just doesn't affect me. No. So, keep asking away, because we have so much dead time to kill. Matt, yesterday Karya posted a video of him performing Tattoo. It's really fun. Have you seen it? Yes, Elena, I've seen it. He's using his crates, or like his team uses the crates to hold above him when he sits on one, and he uses that as a platform. He's doing, I said it before, and I'll say it again. Karya was born and raised in a lab to become the flawless Eurovision artist and actor we all were looking for. He gets Eurovision. He gets what's needed to do well, and I think he will be heavily rewarded for it. The people love him because he's so much embracing all of the other artists, his competition, if you will, but making it fun, and he's just so good. So I love it. I love it. So, and people saying he plays a character, and maybe he is, but it's fun. We all play a character to a certain extent, right? Am I playing a character? No, I mean, I don't play a character, but I always, and that is actually, in the very beginning of when I started doing Eurovision, Devin from Beauty Blocks took me under his wings, and I will always be eternally grateful of that. And I kind of learned from him. The Devin that you see on camera is basically that you see in real life. So it's not a character. But what you need to do when you're on camera, you sometimes have to give like 110%, if that makes sense. So sometimes when for instance, you would talk, so this is Marco Mengoni performing, and he's, you do like, so this is Marco Mengoni performing. That has to give a little bit extra boost, right? And that was the best advice he could have given me. And yeah, I love Devin. So I haven't seen him in years because of the whole, accreditation issue. And oops, that was the wrong button. The accreditation issue. But yeah, I just wanted to always throw my love out to Devin. And he's going to be there, so I cannot wait to see him again. So yeah, people talking about Devin. Yes, it was nice. It was in 2014, actually. I mean, I've done Eurovision before as press, but there was where we really connect. He even got me tickets to one of the, I think it was one of the jury shows, I want to say. So we sitting together, and he introduced me to so many people, and just really, we really bonded and connected at that point. So he's a great guy. And yeah, there is no rivalry between the ESC United and Weeby Blocks. People always saying we have nothing but love. I have love for everyone, whether it's Weeby Blocks, Eurovoix, Eurovision World, ESC Extra. We're all in this together. Which entry from the final last year that didn't do well, do you think would have more success in this year's lineup? I don't know. I don't think any of them. Me personally, I prefer this year's over. I find this year stronger than last year's. So I think if you didn't do well this year, if you didn't do well last year, I don't believe you could succeed this year either. I don't think there's a song or genre that I could see doing better this year. Give me 1 second, you all. I just have to do one thing real quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. I had a sneeze attack. It was really nasty. It may come back. All right. So, where was I? Anyways, I lost my train of thought. There are no updates, I believe. Nope. Nope. We good. We good. All right. We already know Ukraine staging, so we still no pictures from France. Go figure. Go figure. By the time Spain comes around, we already know. What do you think about the rumors about? Okay. Ricardo, we talked about this a lot. Sorry if it was already answered. Yes, Billy says hi. Yeah, we talked about it a lot. We all hate it. So I don't want this to become the only topic on it. But yeah, we all talked about it in length. We do not like it. We hate it. And by we, as in me, but basically everyone in chat agrees. It's dumb. And hopefully that changed their mind. What's your dream city to host Eurovision? Braunschweig, Germany. I can be next to my family. Now let me in seriousness now though. Prague would be really high up on that list. Zagreb or Split. There you go. That's when I come up. Because I really want to go there. But honestly, anywhere where it's cheap. So screw you Nordic countries. I hope both Finland and Sweden will non-qualify. Kidding, of course. Take that out of context, that clip. You live in Braunschweig? My family lives in Braunschweig. Or some of them, at least. I'll be there actually in a few months. That's where I usually stay. That's where I grew up. So I grew up in your area. Or you grew up in mine. I can tell you, actually, I grew up in a very small town. You probably, if you live in Braunschweig, you may have heard of Schöppenstedt. That's where I grew up. But nobody knows it. But you do. It's like 4,000 people or so. I was born in Wolfenbüttel. So, anyways, do you think Azerbaijan will qualify? They know how to invest money in SIM cards. And since it is the first year in a long while where everyone is done about, I don't want to fail. I don't think they will qualify, though. If they do, there would be probably a lot of talk and concern about it until we get the results, the actual breakout. I don't think they will qualify, though. Okay. Yeah, that would be a big surprise. Of course I know Schöppenstedt. Yes, that's where I grew up in. But my sister lives in Braunschweig, and my cousin lives in Braunschweig, and my brother is studying in Göttingen, and my other cousin lives in Wolfenbüttel. Is it safe to say that the French delegation blocked the rehearsal pick since Italy's pick have been released? No. They cannot block it. They cannot get special treatment. It's just a delay. It happened yesterday as well with like Greece, and you cannot have one delegation not giving any pictures. So keep that in mind. So it's just a delay. Whether it comes from delegation delay or something else, we'll have to wait and see. Call me crazy, but Azerbaijan will qualify. I would never, ever call anyone crazy for believing a country's chances. I had actually people on my team saying that Azerbaijan is now a threat. I'm always saying don't overreact to the staging. Every year we have this thing where like a country that is not being really considered worthy of a contender all of a sudden becomes contender just based on the staging. The song is still the song. And that is what needs to be taken into consideration. 1919, the grand final, super far down in the betting odds, and all of a sudden everyone thought the staging was amazing, and then they were fourth in the betting odds. I'm like, stop. The song hasn't changed. And so, yeah, I'm not saying they can't, because all they have to do is beat 5 nations. But Azerbaijan usually does better in the juries and the televote, and they don't have that many friendly votes in there, so it'll still be an uphill battle. So we'll see. So East United will be the second rehearsal footage of the first. Okay, will they get the second rehearsal footage of the first countries today? Yes, we were told that this will be today. What time? Your guess is as good as mine. Gosh, I'd have to sneeze again. Ireland is in the 21st place in the betting odds now, Nina is saying. Is that up or down? I don't know where they were before. Keep in mind, it does not matter because 30 countries probably are at less than 1% chance of winning. So whether you are 20th or 35th almost doesn't matter. Because it's like almost identical. We're talking about like teeny tiny little bit differences. So that what people like, it's the ranking is so useless because you only need to see like 45% or whatever the number were, for 42, I think the last time for Sweden, 42% chance for Sweden to win versus 23% chance of Finland winning, 5% chance for France to win, and then everybody else is like a 1. Not quite, but you get my point. And even then, you just don't know. Will we get a TikTok clip from the 5 like we had the other countries? Yes, but the EBU is just taking their sweet time. So I was hoping they would be a little faster since they have not much to do with those 5 countries, but clearly that is not the case. They're putting some other random videos on there that, I personally don't watch, but they get plenty of views, I guess, and that's all they need. Which kind of curious. I can't believe that Poland is now 2.7 million views for their rehearsal clip, although they're still behind because Norway has 3.3 million. That even puts like some of the favorites to shame. It doesn't really matter. Finland 737,000, Sweden 674,000, but those views, they're also not very telling and like where they're coming from. I wish they had a country breakout. That would be a lot more interesting. Is Eurovision big in the US? Is it being broadcast this year? So no, it's not big. You may be aware that we had our American Song Contest last year, which didn't do too well, so it was already canceled. It's only a niche thing that some people know about. It used to be broadcast on a very small network called Bravo. Then they stopped broadcasting it, and then it went on to Peacock, which is a streaming service. This year, I don't even know. I don't know where. It's probably Peacock again, but I cannot say for sure. The answer is it's not very well known. No. It's getting a little bit more popular because it is interesting because on the night, Sunday morning, if you will, go to CNN.com, the American News Network, right? You have an article there that shows the winner. So there is like one article, and this country won, and that's about it. It has a little bit more exposure than previous years because, like the winners, Måneskin, they were actually on Saturday Night Live. But once again, they don't even think about Eurovision anymore. That's already a different story. TikTok views are also not reliable because any random video can go viral. Correct. I can leave a TikTok clip on for like on replay, and every view is count. So if you ever just sit there for like 3 hours, you get like God knows how many views on them. So, and it's can easily be inflated. So one of the many reasons why I cannot stand TikTok. And it's so ironic how Eurovision is pushing TikTok so hard when so many other governments in Europe and around the world are saying, get away from TikTok. You're not allowed to use it. So they may have to rethink their strategy next year, but money. Any opinions about like Ika Hüftgold wanting to go to the German national final next year again? It is his right to go, just like any other act. And if Germans vote for it, then he is the deserving winner. It's just that simple. A lot of people will be upset about it. A lot of Germans may be actually embarrassed by it. But then you can only blame the only people you can blame is the German public. The producers don't have to let him in. That'd be one thing, but he would bring a lot of attention probably, and would bring Germany almost for certain a very bad result. But yeah, at the same time, I'm always in favor of the country pick their song. And If that's what they choose, then so be it. Then they have to live with the consequences. But at least they can say, we chose this, therefore the results, it's on us. And this year he didn't win, so same thing would happen next year. But they need another good song in the running. Let's see here. Any other questions? I hate TikTok too and Instagram. I don't hate Instagram, but I don't use it much. I'm not much about like sharing, like this is my sandwich. Not really. Ike Hüftgold doesn't want to do it anymore. He even claims the national final was rigged. Has he changed his tune now? Because he said before that he would like to come back after his second place. So I don't know. I don't keep up on his music or his career. So I don't care. Is that harsh? Oh, wow. Now I refresh my screen here. Breaking news. No French pictures. Jeepers. Going live in 5 minutes? You will not want to miss this interview with Finland's Kärja. So let me ask you this. I hope that they're going to do these interviews with all artists and not just a selected few. Am I being harsh? I'm a little nitpicky. Like, I don't like when certain acts being promoted on the Eurovision channel over others. Will you do the same thing for San Marino? I hope so. Anyways, Spain, still no update there either on the staging. So we'll go for that. Let me have a little drinky drink. So, yeah. The good thing about Ige is, there's more Ige questions, would be to get back to the German language to Eurovision. It has been a long time. Better to be last with that than like with the generic song like Sisters. That is true. At least you go big or go home. But I think you can find a better compromise. I'm not saying, what's that Schlager chick name? Oh my God, what's her name? The very famous one. The blonde girl. Atemlos durch die Nacht. Not coming, the name coming. Anyways, whatever her name is. Something like, not her, because she wouldn't do it, but whoever, in that genre, it's a little bit more mainstream approachable, but still has that Schlager feel and soul to it. Helene Fischer, thank you. Thank you for helping me. I forgot her name. I don't know her that well, only, because she became big way after I left the US, Germany for the US. So, yeah. Have you seen that the Eurovision account promoted the ESC CD? CD. It's always so weird to hear that term now, right? Who says CD anymore these days or has CDs? But yeah, for a second, like, what is CD? I'm like, oh, CD, music. With only Sweden, France, Finland, Ukraine, and UK in the commercial. I have plenty of opinions on that. And I understand why it's done, because those are the big hyped numbers and names. Therefore, those are the ones being used to get people excited. And as I said, we're going away from competitors, artists, and more of an entertainment commercial show. And you'll only see that increase year over year. So as I say, keep speaking out. Did you see that Blanca Paloma will have a dance remix version? No, I have not, but most of them do that. Although that song is an interesting choice to have a dance remix, I guess, based on the context of the content of the lyrics. But hey, did you see that Blanca Dada? I got that one already. Okay. And thank you for posting the rehearsal schedule. Germany, France, Italy, Ukraine already have rehearsed. Spain is next, and then the UK will be last. So the first Ukrainian pictures are already on the website, while they have not posted France's pictures. Although they're not on the official website yet, but they will come any moment now, I am sure, because I don't know what the holdup is with France, but you'll get them. Don't worry. There's not going to make an exception for one country. I see you posted the. Let me go to the chat here. I think you posted the link, so I'm going to bring that up real quick. I don't know why I always have to hum or sing while I'm trying to bring up links. Like I feel the need to fill the dead air. Now I'm singing Deck the Halls. It's not Christmas. Aha! Boring! That looks amazing. So they have that screen idea, what we kind of saw in the national final, but certainly different. This looks gorgeous. And very effectively. Okay, hear me out. I'm a hypocrite now. This is one of the few times where I do like the effect of someone putting their face on screen, because it's a little bit more, futuristic. The way they've done it there, that looks really cool, actually. It serves a proper purpose. That's why I say, if you have need your face on the screen, fine, but it better make sense. And here, to me, that works. That actually works. That's him. Okay. Keyboard player, and then see what I mean? That is pretty cool. I like that. It has a little bit of a, not what's that game? I'll Be Back. Terminator, like RoboCop kind of feel, right? Very futuristic. And it's nifty. So, yeah, I really think that. Why am I surprised? I shouldn't be surprised. It's Ukraine. Now, it looks fantastic. It looks absolutely stunning. And that's only the first 4 pictures. Wait until we see everything. So, wow. I just see, this is the moments I live for. Yeah, it's great. It's absolutely great. And I'm so happy. And somebody's Arnaud said it. My dear beloved Arnaud. Let me go to the blog then, since he kindly pointed out what's happening in Spain. There's a picture of her dress. Let me share that with you real quick. That's her. Fantastic. And she has the look, the attitude, the confidence. Now she's saying, after Chanel all singing performance last year, You've Forgotten Properly Blanca, da-da-da-da. She's bringing her own unique sound, doing her way, okay, da-da-da. Her staging replicates the magic we saw at Benidorm Fest in January, with 2 fringed red semicircular structures in the center of the stage, which create a circle for Blanca Paloma and her 5 dancers to perform in, backed by black, red, and white lighting. It's really clever and dramatic use of the space, making it feel intimate rather than trying to fill the entire stage. Blanca Paloma's voice has a unique and extraordinary clarity, and we pretty much forgot to breathe for 3 minutes. So, in a nutshell, we'll get the national final just on the big Eurovision stage. I think that's not the worst decision. It looked amazing. So, once again, the big 5 are like, we've got this. We're here to slay. And now the pressure is on the UK. Don't mess it up. So I am super excited. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy that every single big 5 country, plus Ukraine, but no one's surprised about Ukraine, is stepping up the game. And I truly, truly hope all 5 of them will be rewarded. Because this is just so exciting. Because, there's always one year where that at least 1 or 2 big 5s will flop. There's still a chance. I fully understand that. There's still a chance that they could flop. But they will not make it easy. They will we're not going to go down without a fight. So absolutely excited. Now, the only thing I'm still waiting on are the pictures from France. And I don't know why they're taking so long. But yeah. The UK will have a big star on stage. What do we think about that? When you say big star, are you not referring to May? I mean, she had already a charts of sex in the US, but I think you're talking about like the Ineville Act, the whole Paul McCartney rumors. Is that what you're referring to? Then I think that's a great option. As I said, usually I don't like big names just for the sake of it. Justin Timberlake has no business in Sweden. Madonna had no business in Israel. Paul McCartney has every business in Liverpool. So I totally get it. Oh, you mean prop? I'm sorry. I didn't know what you meant by that. That we'll have to find out. I'd say wait and see. Why do you think Israel's odds haven't gone up, even though she was one of the most hyped after rehearsals? Finland's went up like 10% after rehearsals. It's hard to say, Emilia, but I do think people still take the song into account, which is popular enough, but it's not an overwhelming support. You still always need to think about the song as well. And even though there was a lot of hype about the clip, it was also a very polarizing clip. A lot of people thought it was a bad choice because all they do is show us a dance number rather than they didn't show her even singing at all. And just basically the end of the song. So a lot of people were actually less convinced. They're thinking, well, if that's the best part you have to offer, I can only imagine how bad the rest is going to be. So yeah, that's maybe why, but I'm also just guessing. And don't worry about it too much. I don't think Israel is truly considered a winner this year. I don't think they're in there to win it. They're in it to bring a good result. Like if I think Israel is a great 5th place candidate, I will not vote for them. Chew. I'll be right back. There you go. Oh, so that's basically what I'm saying about Israel. I would not put money down for Israel to win. I would put money down for Israel potentially being in the top 5. So it's not always the best measure to look at the betting odds, like she's in 10th or whatever. Therefore, she's considered a top 10 candidate. That's not really how this works. Gesundheit. Dankeschön. My German's really sucky. My family laughs at me every single time because you translate literally, and my grammar is really, really bad. And I use expressions that I translate into German that make 0 sense. My sister always laughs at me. Why did the EBU think any other version of ESC in other countries would be successful? Because I think that, let's be real here. It's just us, right? Nobody's listening. I don't believe, or I know that this is always looked at from a mass appeal. There are 100 plus million people watching the show. The fan base itself, they know we will follow along. There's very little that they would do that would cause us to drop out. Therefore, our needs are less important than the entertainment value of the show. And I think over the last year, that's just kind of how it happened. So it'll just continue that way. I've been very vocal about that. And people call me purist and not want to adapt to the times. I'm like, no, I do adapt to the times. There are a lot of changes that I'm very much in favor of. But you don't sacrifice the uniqueness that's Eurovision and turn it into a factor-like show, X Factor kind of adjacent show, because then you lose the originality and the vibe and of what makes Eurovision so special. North Macedonia is coming back in 24. Do you think they will return way better than before? I hope so. And it wouldn't be uncommon because a lot of countries, they need a quick break. And when they come back, they have time to reorganize and rethink, and then they do really, really well. Think of Cyprus. Think of Bulgaria. There are so many examples that we can use that follow that same pattern. So maybe they will need that. So yeah, that is basically how I feel about it. So I don't want countries to withdraw, but when they do, oftentimes they come back better than ever. So somebody says Ukraine pictures are out. Not France. Unbelievable. All right, let me bring that up. So that picture we have seen. Cool as a cucumber there. Love his outfit too. It's the lighting. It's so effective. You know, there are a lot of people saying that the songs this year are just meh, you know, but whatever. I don't agree with that. First of all, I think it's a good year. But whenever you may think about the songs, staging wise, most countries are bringing something. And it's just beautiful to witness. I mean, look at that. Look at the cubes adding this new depth and layer to the actual LED screen. You see? It almost looks like CGI. That's a nice shot as well with the red lights. Love it. I'm loving it. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. It's just, I want to see a little snippet. I'm in love with it, and I want everyone to agree with me. Because I'm right. No, but Ukraine looks great, and we already know what to expect from Spain as well, right? Spain is going to look amazing, and I cannot wait for those either. But I was less curious about Spain because it's one of the countries I was very confident about what they're doing, and I knew that they would stick to what they have because it worked well. UK is now the big question mark, and then we have them all. Then we have seen the winner of the Eurovision Song Contest. I'm not saying UK is going to win, but we've seen all 37 performances, or at least snippets of it. So let's see if there are any questions, as always, at ES United in the chat. And they're saying for the final rehearsal, Spain has added some low smoke. It adds some extra atmosphere and adds a different quality to the light. So just a little bit of smoke and no fireworks, because that would be super awkward. If Finland actually wins, will you be here next year? And if so, would it be possible to meet you guys? Love you and your team. I mean, I cannot look into the future, but I've been doing this for so many years. I am still planning on doing it next year. And Finland would be a high target on my list in terms of going to, because I've never been to Finland, and I can get so many countries off of my list that I haven't seen yet, including Estonia and Lithuania and Latvia. I'm just going to do like a little trip for all these countries. That would be fun. So my short answer is I have every intentions of being there. Yes. But, you know, you never know what the future holds in store, because, you know, I think some of you may know, some of you do not. Until like 2 weeks ago, I want to say, I wasn't going to go to Eurovision at all this year. I never made an official announcement because I was never 100% sure, but I told my team already, look, I can't do it this year, unfortunately, health reason-wise, and some of the EBU stuff, it just became so difficult for me that I cannot do it. So about 2 weeks ago, I finally got the green light. Okay, I can go for a short amount of time. That's why I'm only there for 1 week and not like longer like the rest of the team. However, the future is uncertain, you know, like I hope I'll be fine. Everybody will be healthy and we're going to be able to go. And I don't know what the EBU's rules will be, because, you know, we didn't get confirmation for accreditation until like a week and a half ago. So it was very, very difficult to plan. And with everything combined, it was just very, very tricky. And, but yeah, I'm here and I'm planning on being there. All right. Are you going to be in Liverpool next week? Somebody's asking. Yes, I will leave tomorrow. My tomorrow, your Saturday. I will get to Liverpool not until Sunday, though. But I'll be there for the press center opening, so don't worry. I'm glad I get to go for a week. I'm super excited. And those who are maybe Sunday at Euroclub or somewhere, let me know. Maybe we can run into each other. Will we get a full 3-minute video of each performance before the semis? No. Nope, you will not. You will get the 30-second snippets. You will not get the whole thing. You'll have to wait for the show for that. We will, here at the press center, we will be able to see it 3 times before actual live show, because we have on Monday the semifinal 1 folks will rehearse in the early afternoon, I think at 1:30, I want to say local time, which is 2:30 Central European time. Then in the evening for what used to be called the jury show, which is not just, it's still technically a jury show because I think the backup juries are voting then. And then in the afternoon on Tuesday as well. And then Tuesday night, you will get to see the whole full thing as well. And then we repeat the same thing Wednesday and Thursday for semi 2, and then the grand final Friday and Saturday. So we'll have live streams talking you through the event. We cannot have any sound, but at least we can talk you through it and give you our analysis and the deets. We'll have people in the arena. Sean will be in there. Melanie will be in there. And then your folks like Gabe and myself who will be covering a lot of the live streams. So UK is on. We just got a notification. And they asked, May also heard this most disgusting habit. I don't know what I would even answer if I get that question. She says, sitting on the toilet scrolling on my phone. I'm trying to think what my most disgusting habit is. Every once in a while, I'm really bad at making my bed. Like sometimes I just get in all day, the bed just sits there like a mess. Is that a disgusting habit? I'll say that's a disgusting habit. Other than that, I don't know. Sometimes I'm too lazy to vacuum downstairs, so I just have the robo vacuum do all the work on my behalf, but they're not always as thorough. So maybe I should do more vacuum. It's not bad, though. It's just, sometimes I'm like, I don't want to vacuum. Here, machine, you do it for me. I don't know. Those are my things that come to mind right now. That's my everyday mess. Okay, I'm not alone. I do try, but I'm always like in the morning, because one of the downsides is working home a lot. You just kind of crawl out of bed, go down your coffee, just relax, and you go and sit down at your desk and start working. But then the bed is just sits there and just like, oh dear. I hate vacuum. Yeah, I hate vacuum. I mean, oh, and it's not disgusting. It's just lazy. The other one, laundry. Like I wash them, I dry them, I fold them, and then they sit in piles in my room, and I never put them away. I'm so bad at putting my clothes away. It's just, I don't know why. The folding is the worst part, but yet I'll do that. But then I just put them all, stack them in the living room, then I'll sit there. I'm like, I need to take them upstairs and put them away, and yet I never do it. And then I'm just taking my clothes out of the pile in the living room that is nicely stacked, but not in the drawers where they belong. Anyways, oversharing here. I would ask, like, what are all yours most disgusting habits? But I'm worried I get some really bad ones, so I don't want to know. How will they announce the semifinal qualifiers this year? William, no, let's not go. We're going back to that one. They will announce it X Factor style. That's the plan. Putting all the acts on stage and then announcing them while everyone is looking weirdly on stage and awkwardly and hoping their name will be called. So, yeah. How many hostess would you be optimal? I think 4 is too many. Please. If Petra can do it on her own 10 years ago, I don't see why we need. I don't like many hosts. I understand hosts are not necessarily there to steal the show, but it's nice to have just some familiar like guides throughout those 3 shows rather than like, who's that again? I like 2 hosts. I like the 2 host thing because I understand it's logistically easier to have like 2 people doing stuff rather than just one running everywhere and remembering all of that. But it's nice to have like, oh, they're the 2 again, doing this person, doing that person. It's nice. But when you have 4, like, who's that again? And why that person in here? Then you have that much to do, So I don't like it having that many, but that is just personal preference. I understand probably for them it's easy to have 4 people because that way they have less to remember, less to do, and I don't know. Let's see. The best hosts we've had since Petra and Mans was 21, and it was okay. Yeah, it was okay. I agree with that. And they also had 4 hosts. Well, one was a green room host. I mean, it's fine if you have one host just focusing on the green room, so maybe then three. One is kind of like what Conchita did in 2015, just what. I don't even necessarily care that much about the green room interviews because they're usually awkward interviews. It's great to highlight the artists and all that stuff. So I'm not too picky about it. It's just, it's just fluff. I usually don't pay attention to these interviews, and it's terrible, I know. Interesting question here by Lee that I want to answer. Don't you think they make the stage look a lot bigger than it actually is in the 30-second clips? Very clever. That is exactly what I said before, because when we just saw the first clip when Prince Charles, and not Prince Charles, I'll learn it eventually. Eventually it'll stick, but all my life he was Prince. It's now King Charles, right? And his wife, insert name, hit the button. And they showed us the stage. It looked like, it looks so nice, so smooth, so slick, so small. It looked really small. But yes, but once you see the camera work, I knew it would look nice and spacious, and that's exactly what's happening. So I think it's just a very, very good job. Good job. Camilla was her name. Thank you. I'm not really good with my royalty majesty stuff in the UK. So no disrespect, but it's just not something that I know much. I get all the drama with Prince Harry and Meghan Markle because, US, they just love to talk about it, but I don't pay attention too much to that. Next question. Not to be rude, but I think that the idea of the qualifiers announcement in the style of X Factor is so dumb. It's way more exciting when they are in the green room. Exactly, Palisha, we talked about that already a few times. Nobody likes that here, and we're hoping that they will maybe listen, but I think it may be too late for that because they already rehearsed all of that. But yeah, it's not nice. We're not happy. Do you think the media can influence to some extent the results, not the televoting, but maybe the jury voting, as some jury members may pay some more attention to certain songs? No, I don't think so. I think if anything that happened in the past, you can maybe influence some delegations to make changes. That they listen to some of the feedback that they've heard and act accordingly. And maybe because of that, that has an ultimate impact on the results. But for the most part, I don't think that the actual comments make a big difference. Maybe there's some individuals are influenced by it, but I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. It's really just more like for journalistic reasons they want to all, get the information. If Portugal fails to qualify, do you think there's any chance we will see a non-ballot in Festival de Canção over the next 5 years? Yes. I still think so. I mean, I do think that just because it was a faster song, I mean, they've done well with faster songs in the past. Last few years it was always a slower music, but yeah, they will have other songs, I'm sure. I hope that's not going to be an impact, though, that they just don't want to vote for upbeat music. So I still have hope for Mimi Cat. I have hope for her. Let's put it out in the universe. Don't make me nervous. So let's see here. So we're still waiting. There are no TikToks, right? So that is annoying. It takes even longer than usual. And they have less to do. And it doesn't take that long to put that stuff together. All right. Do all the delegations have to distribute their photos as someone asked in France? Hang on. That didn't come up. Do all delegations have to distribute their photos as someone asked if France have to distribute theirs? They don't. So France theirs. So EBU distributes the one on their website. It is up to the broadcasters themselves how much they are willing to share on their social media or websites. So they're not obligated to share anything if they don't want to. But for fairness reasons, there will be something on the website. It is possible that either the EBU has forgotten about this, of falling behind with France, or that they are much more particular in terms of what they want out there for the public to see. France has always been the more difficult is not the right word, the more mysterious delegation, to say the least. And which always surprised me because, their results aren't always reflective, that they earned that right to be so like, but yeah, that's just how they've been. And they're not rude or anything. They're just, difficult to approach. And that changes all the time, because people in charge changes, new delegations, head of press, all of that. So one delegation that you have maybe 3 years ago is no longer the same as it is now. And so hopefully that won't be an issue in the future. Thank you for the fantastic content. Wouldn't it be great with background music? I assume Fresh Aqua, you refer to the press center background noise, right? Yeah, that's going to be different for the first time. There were times where we had to mute our microphones during the performances a few years ago, but now it's like nothing. None of the host stuff, none of the interval acts, nada, nothing. So it sucks, but it won't stop us. It won't stop us. Opinions on my Eurovision scoreboard app and the ranking there. Sweden, 280,000, Finland, 271, Austria, 199. I think the word that comes to mind is predictable. I mean, that is what you expect, right? That kind of in line with a lot of fan polls out there. So I'm not surprised in the slightest. I am surprised to see Sweden and Finland this close now. I know Finland has been catching up. Gabe had his graph to highlight some of these things. But yeah, so that's anything. I wonder if Finland will catch Sweden in the end. I don't know. Honestly, not to be dismissive, I don't care that much. I don't necessarily care about a Eurovision app that is designed for Eurovision fans that are always already reflective in OGE polls and all the other things that you see online. There's not much variety. So I wish they would have a casual Eurovision app. Because if you're a casual person, you're not going to Eurovision app to rank your songs. So I don't think there's a good representation of what will happen at Eurovision. The French HOD is definitely a strong character, but she is competent. I love that wording, and I think I let that comment stand on its own. There's hot water, there's me, and I'm not going into it. So there is no update. I know I said it like that. So y'all have to let me know. I keep looking, but it's not always easy to just find everything. Sweden will not win the televoting, but probably win overall, even though I hope Finland will win. Well, I had similar sentiments about, what I want is irrelevant anyways, right? But I do have a feeling that Sweden at this point is the overall winner, but I'm certainly not, it's not set in stone. It's not set in stone, especially after seeing all these very, very competent stagings that other countries have been putting forward. So there are a lot of televote favorites out there. So that is the issue here. And there's also always a chance that Spain will really eat into potential Sweden's landslide in the jury vote. Lots of speculation, lots of ifs and buts, but we haven't seen anything yet. So let's relax. No pics yet. Twitter is down, some people are saying. Is it down again? Thank you, Elon. So annoying. I mean, I haven't been on there right now. And log in, that's my issue. Every time I try to log in on my desktop, it locks me out. Yep, still does that. It is so annoying. Super chat. Thank you very much. I'll find you. Hang on. And you're gone. I'll find you. I see it, but I just have to bring it up on screen as well. Tiago, thank you so much. What do you think of Luxembourg and ESC in terms of history? There is a rumor that they will probably return next year. You know, there have been rumors about Monaco and Andorra, so I'm not holding my breath, but I would love it. Luxembourg has won so many times. They only have to win, I think they won 5 times already. So all they have to do after 30 years win twice, and they already caught up to Ireland. So Luxembourg had many, many great entries. So I think that would be such an important part of Eurovision. Now they will have to adjust to the new era, and things are going to be a little different now because 93 was the last year they took part, right? I want to say 93. That's 30 years. So yeah, it's a very different world. And they had the attitude in the past that will never return because small nations have no chance of winning. And that's clearly not based on evidence or data or statistics. But hey, I'm glad that they are maybe having a change of heart. But keep in mind, same again, leadership has changed. And that is always such a big part about it. Matt, do you need a coffee break, stretch legs, toilet break? We can chat among ourselves. You are so sweet. I'm no quitter. Only thing I could probably need is a coffee break, but I will probably head out in just a second for that reason. But don't worry, I'm okay for now. I have plenty of. Again, I said it before, and that's oversharing it again, but I learned my aversion to public restrooms when I was a child to have the superpower as a superhero of a super bladder. So I can go all day. So yeah, don't worry about me. Don't you worry. Thank you again for the super chat, Lee. Keep up the great work. I'm excited, but also worried about UK's TikTok. Will her vocals have improved? I have everything crossed. Yeah, so eyes, toes, fingers, all of the body parts are crossed for me as well. And I have the same concern as you as well, because the song's great and May is great, and it's just the biggest wild card. This could go all the way. It could all the way down. So I think out of all the performances we've been talking about for days for the Big Five and host, this is the one that really is the one we're all kind of like curious about and what will happen. So super excited, and fingers and toes crossed. In Spain, the hosts are sort of dubbed during the live broadcasting. Is it the same in other non-English countries? If yes, would it be great that the hosts speak in their own language? So when you say dubbed, do they just translate it literally, whatever the hosts are saying, they just translate it, or are they doing their own shtick? So most countries have their, or if not all of them, have their own commentators. Every country has like someone speaking in their, in Germany, they have a German, Peter Urban, I think his name is his last year, I think this time, who's doing the German commentator job. So he's guiding everyone throughout the show and talk throughout the postcards and the host chatting and all of that stuff to give people who don't speak English that well a little idea of what's happening, but it's not word for word. I would assume it's the same in Spain. I don't think it's a word for word translation. It's more of a, the spirit of Eurovision and giving some insight into things. So I still cannot believe the pictures aren't up for France. Because UK is already, if we're going to get the UK pictures before we get France, that is weird. And nothing on TikTok. I'm getting a little tired as well because well, it's only 9:30 here. So I'm actually not that bad in terms of my time. But, I was like, well, maybe I'm done at 10:30 today and I can actually pack. I do have to run to the store at some point, but I got all day. So don't you worry. Let me ask another question here. Actually, I'm going to answer one of the questions that you are asking. Who do you think could spring a surprise in the jury like North Macedonia and Austria in previous years? Good question, AJ. I made the same statement, I had the same sentiment yesterday or the day before. I always say that, though, that there's always that one random country that the juries go for. right? That you didn't expect they would like. Sometimes it's winning those juries or like do really, really well that you didn't see going this high up. And I have been looking at it. Who could it be this year? I could see if Belgium qualifies that they go really for it. It just seems that kind of song that they often go for. It's not going to win. If you're just looking at who could surprisingly win the jury vote out of left field, you can make a case for France. I don't know. But yeah, I could see several countries actually outperforming some of the obvious jury favorites. But in terms of winning, I still think it's Sweden's to lose in the jury vote. Televote, a different story. But it would be fun to have some surprises, right? So, I bet they only won't release France photos because she doesn't want them released. Katie, I think they're just very particular on what they want, but it has never, ever happened that they were not released. So you cannot have one country withholding it. So we'll get something. It's just a matter of, I feel like they're either very difficult or they just fell behind the EBU. So we don't want to just blame the delegation when we don't know the specifics. Something happened with Greece last time around as well, yesterday, right? So, or was it not yesterday, the day before? Whenever that was. I forgot to post the Greek pictures and I posted them at the very end, even though they rehearsed like hours and hours and hours before. So yeah, they are not necessarily the most consistent in their approach, which always surprises me. And this is one of the reasons why I never going to we're working for the EBU, because I certainly call them out when I feel it's calling out. And I've been actually, which is kind of funny because I was the biggest EBU vocal supporter in the past, and that has changed over the last few years. Let's see. Let's see this question by Andy. Does Hatari finish 6th in the televote give you hope that Luke Black will do better than expected after all? Yeah, I am less. The only reason why I'm actually worried about Luke is less about the juries, because I think he's going to do decent top 10. I'm worried about Serbia not clicking with people, that it is too dark and too aggressive and rubs people the wrong way. That's the only way I could see a Serbia flop. I have Serbia, like I said, 80% chance of qualifying. And that's the only way I could see somehow the click isn't happening. It happens sometimes. You know, like the click, remember, Hear Them Calling? I Hear Them Calling. Or Blackbird. Those songs didn't click with the people, even though they were fantastic. And I'm just worried something like that could happen here with Serbia, but I'm not saying it will. So that's why the only reason I have a little bit of concern, but with juries, I think they'll give them something decent. So Serbia will definitely click with the audience. I hope so, you're right, EP. But again, there are always songs that just feel like it and then they don't. And to be fair, I had a similar fear last year with whether or not it will click or not. Gladly it did. But the fear is always there because sometimes they don't, just based on the examples I just told you. Spain pictures are ridiculous. I mean, not ridiculous for Spain. Good for Spain. The link's not loading yet, but keep me updated once it's loading. We'll see. Serbia has such a strong diaspora in semi-1 that the diaspora... okay, that moved already way too fast. So you're talking about they have a strong... I thought they had a weak one. They have Croatia in there. They have a little bit of Switzerland in there, right? Where else would Serbia get that extra push? I felt like these semis are pretty fairly spread out. So we'll see. Gosh, the chat is moving too fast. My system is freezing. Let me go to this chat instead on my other screen. Thank God I almost said Turin. In Liverpool, I have somebody else with me. don't have to do it all on my own. Anyway, someone was asking, don't you think that the gamer fans will vote enough for it? I don't know how many true gamers will actually watch Eurovision. Again, the audience. Again, I'm fairly certain. I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's likely. I'm saying there is a slight, tiny little bit of doubt. And that's all I'm saying. I still have Serbia as a qualifier, and I will most likely have Serbia as a qualifier in my final predictions, bar any major surprises. But yeah, no. I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm just talking about there's certain countries I have tiny little doubts, and that is what I feel about Serbia. Similar I have with Czechia. Will it click with people? Was it just too artsy for them? That's a tiny little doubt. But I think they will qualify. It stopped raining here in Liverpool, Joel saying, oh my God. I know it'll rain the entire time I'll be there. So I'll get there Sunday and I check the weather for it. It's supposed to rain every day. So we'll be inside all day. And I mean, we are in the UK, so it's kind of comes with, with the territory. But yeah. So next question. I'm a true gamer, a Nintendo gamer. Too much PS5 for me. Aussie Roast, ban that person. I'm kidding. Don't. I'm a PS player. So you offended my heart deeply. I used to be more of a PC gamer, but now as I was getting older, I was like switching to PS5 a lot. So that's just, I'm really enjoy that one. So, do you think, Matt, that after what they said in the blog about Lazar, they might feel embarrassed? No. Why would they be embarrassed? Shouldn't they be? It sounded good, as it didn't turn out that good. Speculating. No, as I said, there are two options here, I think. Number one, the EBU forgot. They forgot before, a couple of days ago. Number two, the delegation is just very picky what they want out there in terms of pictures, so they're still debating. So it's probably one or the other. So I would not overthink it, but it's still ridiculous that it takes them this long when Spain pictures are being uploaded already. Who am I banning? Saying ban anyone who says they don't like PlayStation gamers. And I am kidding, don't. What are your thoughts on the Innovel acts? I've seen a lot of negative opinions. Personally, I love more ESC-related acts. It feels more fitting to me. Okay, I will defend the choices. We have a lot of ESC Innovel acts this year. We have a whole group of all these former acts coming together, then focus on Ukrainian artists. So that's really pretty. So I think they did a lot of that, if anything more than usual. Yes, they have some bigger names, but it's a very good mix. So I think it's way better than plenty of other years. So I will not complain. Yes, they have some bigger names maybe as well, but there are plenty to go around. We have Kalush Orchestra, we have Maria, we have Girl from 2010 Ukraine, Sweet People, Alyosha, and then we have that big medley. Mahmoud's going to be there, Duncan Lawrence going to be there, and Sonia from 1993 is going to be there. The only thing I would have hoped for, they have like a best of UK kind of medley. That would be really cool, but hey, you can't have it all. Also, they took down the picture of Lazara backstage on the blog. I want to know why that is. If they I mean, let's not start any gossip or conspiracies. No, let's do it. Now, is something going on there? I don't know. But people were always having we talked about it when Arnaud was on the stream as well, about that she's being called a diva, and I cannot speak to that in any shape or form, but hopefully that is not going to feed more into this particular stereotype. I did not follow her career or any of her or their doings, and keep in mind, it's not just Lazar, there's like a team, dozens of people there with her. Things will be probably very different. What do you think about the qualifiers being announced lined up on? Well, good thing we haven't talked about that today yet. We talked about it a lot today, and we don't like it. We don't like it. And hopefully it's not going to be as bad as I make it sound like, but it's really like the UK is trying to do The Voice and really is not reading the room. They're not reading the room. I think that's fair to say. Pictures for Spain are still not loading. French media bashing it was no real reasons to call her out. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I don't really care about any drama about, the artists. I only care about, for our purposes, the pictures, and hopefully the allegations aren't too difficult. But that's also one of the problems here when you have virtually no access, that they keep everything guarded, even though your taxpayer money goes towards that, hiding it behind closed doors. We cannot give you any updates like we did in previous years. So that it's on the ESC Discord. If I look onto Discord, then everything else will crash. I'm worried. I try to find my Discord channel then. I don't know which group and all of that stuff, so I will not do it because I'm really bad at Discord anyway. Communication is the key to shut the rumors down. That is a very important statement. And one of the EBU's weakest points has been communication, which is somewhat ironic because EBU, European Broadcasting, so it's just press freedom. They've just been always very, very hush-hush about everything. They don't respond to any criticism. They don't respond to anything. And it's all behind closed doors. It's one of the least transparent things you've experienced in your life. So yeah. The only thing that is lacking this year is the social media aspect, IMO. Well, that's the whole situation because only the EBU has access to the information and they give us limited information. Therefore, you don't get much. All the information will come out Monday. All you can get is interviews, some inside reviews, reactions, all that stuff. But proper, deeper content is a thing of the past. Definitely in 23, but I would think going forward, unless leadership changes and they have a change of heart, I don't know. But yeah, I feel put aside fan media. Just say fan media is no longer allowed. Just regular media, even though they don't know what they're talking about, but I digress. It's just really these artists suffer a lot from that. Their exposure is limited because, keep in mind, it's more than just doing Eurovision. It's a great stepping stone for them as well, and that stone has now been removed a little bit. Sure, you get some exposure with Eurovision. It's pretty big as well. But even you want to position yourself for post Eurovision and create a new fan base. And if you only have now those 3 minutes, it's a little different. It's different. Next question, Ricardo. I can't imagine any established big name to go to the contest and then have an American Idol moment on stage for the qualifiers. This is not good for Eurovision. I mentioned that earlier. Could you imagine Hooverphonic or Sam Ryder being on there? I know Sam Ryder was pre-qualified, whatever, but you get my point. I wouldn't either if this is standard. So hopefully it's just like the BBC wanted to do that and the EBU signed off on that, and the next year we're going back to the old ways because it is just not the most ideal way. Hang on one second. There's a link here. Let me try that one. Okay, so the pictures, I have them here for Spain, at least from the Discord. Hang on. At least I was able to click on it because I cannot log into Twitter right now. So the curtains, as you see, create this intimate level, like they're really close, and the backdrop is just mostly red, it seems. Not that red is... Oh, and they have some lighter colors there as well. I love her dress, like the dress. Yeah, her outfit. It's not a dress, but, her top. It's very fiery. And that's how you stand out. The backup dancers are all red. She is red, but she has a contrast of white pants, and that is what I would tell Portugal. Something like that would have been better for you as well. And yeah, she's singing. It seems very much identical to the national final, and I think that was absolutely the right thing to do. Thank you, Osiris, again for helping me out here. That's super, super help. So it's a very, what color is that? It's not maroon. It's more like burgundy, maroonish kind of colors. I just love that color anyways. So red's my favorite color in the world. My car is red, so I always go for red. But yeah, just a very classy performance. I'm very much into it. And we all know when she sings, because I said it before, Spain has a great song, a song that I don't listen to in the studio version a whole lot. But when you watch it live, goosebumps. Absolute and utter goosebumps. So we don't have a TikTok yet, do we? TikTok, hear me go, talk. Nope. No TikTok. Let me see. Any other questions at ESC United? Click, I said. There you go. What is your opinion on the rumors of the new way of the qualification of the semifinal? I'm done. I've done it before. We hate it. We hate it. We hate it. We hate it. Spain has improved their outfit. Yes, I said that as well. Actually, when we just saw the picture of her walking in, I love that top. It's just a fantastic top. Absolutely. If you can hear me, let me know. Otherwise, I am really screwed. Nothing? Nothing? I hate my life and I hate everybody. I hate all of you, but you cannot hear me. Oh, you can hear me. Now you can hear me. I don't hate you. Okay, I don't know. I put the camera back on and it worked. So yeah, I don't know what happened there. Sorry, y'all. It's really annoying. What was the last thing you heard about my rude experiences at Eurovision? What was the last thing you heard? I don't hate you guys. You know I was just being silly. You had nothing. Ugh, that is annoying. Well, remind me again to tell you if you want to hear, but I'm going to bring up the pictures first for that thing called Spain. I forgot the name of the country. Okay, here we go. Getting a few additional pictures. I don't anticipate any major shocks here. Pretty sure they're going to be similar. Yep. National final, and it worked so well. Why fix something that's not broken? That's where they're clapping along. Yeah, I think it just looks beautiful. Almost looks like she's floating there, doesn't it? That's a little smoke effect that we're talking about. Yeah, so there's really not much to say and add here except Spain's ready. Spain's ready. All right. We still don't have any TikToks. I did all this for the TikToks, and now the TikToks are coming. So if we get the pictures from the UK and not from France, then I'm gonna let my behind off. Let's see here. Any questions at ES United in the chat? I have a genuine question. As someone who's been watching you and your team for a long time, and I very appreciate you and your content, what do you think about the new way of announcing? I hate it. See, I don't know if people are pulling my leg or you actually just joined the chat. I don't want to be rude or anything because this question was asked and I'm not kidding at least 12 times in a row right now. You probably just joined. We don't like it. I should put a banner at the bottom saying, I don't like the new rules. So I'm not sure which one of those two parts it is. If you're pulling my leg or if you really just joined. If you're pulling my leg, good on you. If you just joined, my apologies. Oh, dear. UK update. Everybody, get ready. What does it say? Let's read it together. Well, this is a lot of fun. May is dressed in black trousers with a rather fabulous corset jacket and starts the performance on a raised plinth in front of an LED wall. It features huge pop art style graphics that blend really cleverly with the live staging. There's a section at the beginning where May's face splits into two horizontally, so she's literally inside her own head. It gives the whole thing a pop video quality that looks great live, and we suspect it will be even better on TV. She's flanked by 4 dancers, I was just about to ask about that, in red and black, who join her at the front of the stage for a very polished dance routine through the second half. So she's going to be her own one first, and then the dancers the second half. It's kept the spoken middle eight that we saw through the pre-party season, and it's all built to a big old pop banger finish. Definitely one of the tracks this year's contest that we've been going to hear in bars all over Europe this summer. So there you have it. This sounds elaborate. And I think they're trying something. I knew they're not just going to show up with an empty stage. The question is, will it work visually? They certainly have an idea. And on paper, I like what I'm hearing. Is the execution there? That is the question. So just hold on tight. But I do think it sounds really, really interesting. Okay, so I don't know. I'm not sure if I have a booger in my nose or what it is, but I have to keep sneezing. I'll be right back. Okay. Hopefully better. Yeah, I feel good. So, blame it on the booger. It wasn't actually, it was just, I don't know. I just have a sneeze attack and it still keeps tickling. But May has everything she needs to succeed. Home soil, catchy song, and perfect running order. It's all depends on her now. Couldn't have said it better. You should do my job. It's down to her and, well, and the camera work a little. You know, the team, her and the delegation, either making it look good, the camera and all of that stuff. So I would say 70% her, 30% the rest. But yes, I'm hoping she's going to perform well. We won't really tell today, to be fair, because we get that 10-second, 15-second snippet from the audience. Vocally, it's very hard to say much about that. She may sound worse than it actually is when you see it on camera. So I would be very, very careful to run into quick judgments there. So just a little heads up there. So I'm sure we have France pictures now, right? I'm certain. Nope. But I'm certain we have a TikTok now. I'm certain. No. This is fun. So just so everyone knows, technically all acts now have rehearsed. They're done rehearsing for the day. May Muller is off stage. She was the last one to rehearse right now. So all we do now, we are waiting for some kind of information, pictures, and well, actually, she's still rehearsing. I could be wrong that she's still on there, but I think she's either done. Yeah, she's probably having like one more run through maybe, but she's almost done. So, okay, people are screaming France pics, and I feel like you're lying to me. No, you're not lying. Okay. Whoa. Okay, we gotta wait. We gotta wait. Because the link is still working. The suspense. We're not gonna say anything until they're up. Okay, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'll be here for the next 10 minutes. Something can take that long. So, oh no, they're up now. Haha. Show on stream. Okay, so just looking at the first picture, this is exactly what I envisioned there. Oh, look, we're getting red. Oh, that's like a disco ball stand. Does she have a bar that she holds on to? She must be tied to that because that's too dangerous. But it looks great. It looks very grand and very classy. You know, the golden shower, as we always lovingly refer to, can get old, but with her being up there and she's gonna floating in it, that's gonna look amazing. I mean, look at that picture alone. I can only envision it like with like, okay, it was worth the wait in my book. Now again, it will be static, so again, cameraman or woman, they have to run a lot and whatnot, but that is okay. That's going to be so awesome. No surprise here that France is delivering, to be honest, but I'm glad. I love her dress. Kind of what I expected what she would wear. It looks so classy. Ooh, I know we've had that kind of effect before, like with Ilian, but look at that. That is so cool. Is that coming down at some point? Wow. I love it. Absolutely love it. Somebody is delivering. Oh, it doesn't look like she's like super high there. Okay. I mean, not high, like high, but super high up, I should say. Oh, maybe both. I don't know. But yeah. Oh my God, y'all. That was like wig snatching kind of cool. Am I right or am I right? I love it. Someone says like the Statue of Liberty, just a classy version of it. I loved everything I just saw. Everything. So not a single country is not bringing it visually from we haven't seen the UK pictures yet, but just the description alone, we know that they're trying. So no one was just sitting on their arses and thinking we're the big five, who cares? They actually know they have to try. And it is just wonderful to see. I love it. 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 It was absolutely worth the wait. France, I hate you for being so good at this. And by hate, I mean love you. I'm going to be in Paris for one night before I go to Liverpool. So I cannot wait. I love France. And I actually will be I'm going on a Mediterranean cruise. And I'm going to be also, one of the stops is France. So I'm super excited about that as well. Anyways, so somebody said on the blog just mentioned the TikToks in an update. They haven't forgotten. Okay, let's see exactly what they said in the thing. Spain gallery is up. France gallery is up. Rehearsals are done, but there are more galleries and exclusive TikToks clips to come. Watch this space. Okay, so they didn't tell us exactly more than that, but at least they haven't forgotten about us, as you said. So I'll wait a little bit longer. Rehearsal clips at 8 o'clock. Gio, is that official? Oh, I mean rehearsal clips for the thingy things, the semifinalists, right? Okay. Haven't forgotten, Rymapper. That's funny. That is true. We will probably take a quick break in between. I do need to grab something else to drink, but I will stick around until the clips are coming out. I will not stick around for all of the TikToks, because they're probably going to be hours and hours and hours, but I will definitely stick around for that video. Between the 3 countries that haven't won yet and are around for a long time, Malta, Cyprus, and Iceland, which one would you choose to host next year regardless of song? I will say, and this is nothing against Cyprus, I feel like Malta is so passionate about it. But Iceland, with the Nordic backing, I want to say Malta. They're so passionate about Eurovision. So they're not always the best at it, but if they were to host it, it would be like the biggest thing that has ever happened to Malta. So I want to say Malta just for that reason. They would be so excited. So that's my answer. But Iceland would be fun too. But all of them would be fine. Video recap incoming? No, you're lying to me. You're lying. Stop lying to me. Let me see here. My chat is frozen. I gotta wait here for a second for this to come up. Clicking on the link right now. Yes. Well, in 107 minutes. Got it. Sorry, I got too excited. That's why you all knew it was be 8 o'clock. Okay, I see it. So we have it's 12 o'clock. Wait, that's an hour and a half. I don't have time to stick around for that long. I thought it was 8 o'clock. I'm mistaken. I'm dumb. 8 o'clock UK time. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to stick around for that long. But hey, you can watch it. 107 more minutes to chat. Yeah. That's a long time for me. Ooh. Alexa just talked to me. I'm awaiting a delivery. So I ordered something for my trip and they didn't deliver it. So I had to ask for it delivered again. And I think it just arrived today. So hopefully I'll pick it up in time. So that's my life. Do you also get huge winter vibes from France? I'm not the biggest fan of the song. Well, I am a fan of the song, actually, and I don't know yet. I still think that France has a really good shot at being in the top 3 of the juries. Anyway, that first or third. I think that they're absolutely in there. The question is how much the televoters will like this. I still always think of France as like a 4th place with the televoters, but I could be wrong. We have to see the whole thing. It's always so difficult to put your own bias aside because I'm like, why wouldn't you like it better, this song? But yeah, we'll see. Matt, extra photos out. What extra photos? Extra photos of where, when, and why? Oh, the first rehearsals of the grand finalists. Yeah. I mean, they're just mostly behind the scenes stuff. I can bring them up if that's something you're interested in. Oh, they're still frozen. They're still not there yet. Eventually. Eventually. You see, I know I'm biased, but I think we have one of the best stagings this year. Says who? Or Arno. Well, Arno, you haven't seen the whole thing yet. So whole with maybe they're gonna have unicorns on the back and it's gonna look really tacky. But no, I think it looks very classy. I think what they got right is the theme of the song and the feel of the song, and that's half the rent in my book. So we'll see. Honestly, you have tough competition too, though, because there's so many good stagings this year. I mean, Finland's is so amazing. Australia's fantastic. There's so many, and a lot of people have different opinions. Some people even call the France one camp. I'm like, because it's a very cliche, in some ways, very chanson French-like staging, but I think it's just gorgeous. And I don't trust photos too much, and neither because they're always flattering. But we'll see. But yeah, it makes the competition. I'm curious to see because France was this close in taking over. What you call it? Ukraine in the betting odds. I have a feeling that's going to happen sooner than later. They're both at 5%. They're almost tied everywhere. Spain is rising a lot now. Spain and France are really close. And again, all of it is taken with a grain of salt. But as expected, probably France and Spain both will go up with Ukraine. Though Ukraine had a great staging as well. But it's a song that probably will not be considered a contender. But I think they'll all stick kind of close. And it seems that Sweden and Finland have leveled out. They're still at 42-23%. That hasn't changed yet. I don't anticipate any changes major over the next few days. Australia went another spot up. Croatia went 1 down. Netherlands went 2 up. No, 1 up, I think. And then Slovenia and Moldova went down. So nothing major. We're talking about, again, anyway, the top 9 have more than a 1% chance of winning, right? Italy, Austria at 2%, Israel at 3%, Norway at 4%, Spain, France, and Ukraine at 5%, and then Finland 23%, and Sweden 42%. But that's all can change. What is a country that odds have deemed DOA that you still DOA or dead on arrival that you still wish will qualify? Malta. I think the odds are wrong on that one. I feel like I agree a lot with the odds this year. I will say that I think they're not terribly off, but I just see Malta being a much bigger contender. They climbed up a little bit, but still, there's a 1 in 3 chance for them, allegedly. So Portugal keeps dropping, unfortunately. So, yeah, I think out of all the ones, Malta is the one that I would say is the one that is way more competitive. So, yeah. And keep in mind, this is all just impressions. People put money down on these impressions and overreact. That is what I would say. I feel as that they need to remember that there's more than just a staging. And we'll go for that every single year. And it's like people never, ever learn. But some people just want to put money down on something that, a lot of people don't put money down on. So I don't know. Basically, don't read too much into it. I think that they have them low because they are in the death spot. I think so too. And it's Malta. It's a tiny country. It's not necessarily all just based on song quality. It's based on outside factors. But the death slot is not number 2. That's what people don't understand. In the semis, there is not really a death slot like there is in the grand final. All you need to do is be in the top 10. And if you only look at qualification rate, then slot 3 is the death slot, technically. Has the least lowest qualification rate. So that is just, a reality. But yeah, that's not how people look at it. Portugal, Italy, and France, the greatest 3 countries historically in terms of quality sent. What do you say? Andy says. I don't know if I have any country actually that I would say brings the highest quality. There are other countries that are more consistent than others, and there are countries that just really blossom in a certain decade and then kind of fade, if you know what I mean. So, for instance, Italy certainly to me has been the most consistent country in terms of music quality in the 2010s. Netherlands has been really strong as well. And you can make a case for Sweden, although Sweden is usually not my type of music, but I mean, they've had a great decade. And then in the 2000s, we had Greece excelling. Greece was like amazing in the 2000s. They fell a little bit off. Still great. They were extra strong then. Turkey also, the 2000s, they were owning that decade. And then you go back in time. 90s was Ireland's decade. And the UK to a certain extent. So it go, and then you can keep going. But there are certain countries that are frequently consistent. France had a really bad run as well. I mean, they had some of my favorite songs, but then in the mid 2000s to like the mid 2010s, they were so, for 10 years almost. So I'm glad that they're back to their prior self. So we all get our dry spell, every country. And it'll happen again, maybe even for Italy or Sweden, who have been like consistent for a long time. They may have like a little run, which is like, they need to reinvent themselves. And maybe that's a good thing, because you don't want to fall into a pattern. Do you think the pin will limit Lazara's movement? Well, yeah, she will not be moving at all. I mean, she will probably just move her hands like this. Da, da, da. Exactly the way I'm doing it, by the way. Well, she's not going to do stretching. That would be kind of weird. But she will use hand gestures and whatnot, but she will not be stepping around. But that's where the camera comes into play. Spinning around her, coming from down, up, above her, and everywhere. So that is what will happen here. So yeah. Oh, I put that on there. I confused people by saying my favorite music in the 90s wasn't a competing entry. It was Riverdance. Met the producers and composers in 21 and my home city on the Riverdance tour. That I get it, Sadie. I do think now, I will say I totally get it if it became such a big deal. I will say that Riverdance has become more of a, I would call it dated, but certainly outdated kind of thing. Because now Riverdance, when you see it, people usually do it in skits to laugh at it because it was such a weird thing. But I get why people would enjoy it and think of it fondly back to it. But yeah, it's nice to have like more than just the actual acts have success at the contest. So I think that was cool. But the individual acts also can make a career. I mean, Justin Timberlake was, but then the song that he performed at Eurovision became a big hit as well. So we shall see. So I don't think we have any TikToks yet. Germany. Why not yet? Oh, well. Oh, well. All right, let me ask some questions if you have anything. So as a reminder, also before I actually jump into that, tomorrow, we will have a live stream more around the evening time to wait for the results because there's nothing else happening throughout the day except pictures, and we kind of know what things are looking like. And then after that, I'll have to leave shortly after because I'm going to the airport. I have to drive to the Los Angeles airport, grab an Uber, they drop me off, and then I'll fly to Paris with French B, and we'll be there Saturday afternoon, and then I'll make my way to Liverpool Sunday morning. Then I've at least have a few days there having fun, so I'm excited. The 2 times France sent written entries that flopped hard after a good streak in the 90s and last year. I know, right? It just feels so unfair, and both were good. I mean, especially last year. It was undeserved, but I don't think, to be fair, it had virtually nothing to do with the language. If this would have been a French song last year that would have performed in French, it would have not made a difference, unfortunately. It just wasn't meant to be, even though the song was amazing. Is it possible that the Big 6 rehearsal snippets will be included in the YouTube recap? No. Nope, there will be TikToks. They have an exclusive agreement with TikTok, and they are only posted on there. That's how they make money. And at that point, that's all you get. We will get the Big 5s plus host rehearsals from the second rehearsal, we get a separate video on that the day after tomorrow, I believe. Which, by the way, I may or may not be online because while they're rehearsing, I will be on a train. So, but I'll be back in the evening, so maybe I'll be able to actually do a live stream after all. But, that's all TBD. But as I said, my team, if I can't make it, you are making it. So if not, you have Roy, Gabe, and Sean handling that. Based on the staging I've seen so far, Germany seems like a sure top 10 around 6th to 8th place, and I could see it coming top 5 in the televote. People are sleeping on it. I said the same thing. I think the televote will go big for it. The reaction that you've seen in the pre-parties for that song and just the vibe around that song, I just feel like it's going to do a whole lot better than people think. I'm not comparing them completely to Lordi because, that's a different era, different song, different band, different appeals. But I do remember nobody talked about Finland until the rehearsal started, and then all of a sudden, boom, went up after the semifinals. So we don't have semifinals with Germany, so it's even a different story. But I could see a universe absolutely where they're going to do much better than people anticipate. Anyway, so on Saturday, we're going to have that. Sunday is the turquoise carpet, so there will be no rehearsals, nothing going on. It's a day off, for the lack of a better word. It's the last day where all the acts can just have fun, relax, and enjoy each other's company. That includes everyone else, the press, the fans, the delegations, whatnot. Because Monday is just going to be like 2 shows every single day. So it's going to be hectic, but it's our favorite week of the year. So, now we're just waiting for the TikToks. And if they're not coming within the next few minutes, I'm outsy. So yeah. You can ask questions at ESC United. Which one of the 2 rock songs, Germany or Australia, do you think has the best chance for a top 10? I think Australia. And as much I love them both, and I'm a big fan of Germany, I do think Australia has a little bit more of a jury appeal. I think Australia has a better shot impressing juries, while Germany may be a little bit too jarring for them. So in terms of televote, you can make a case that both have a good shot. Germany maybe even a slight better one. But I think combined, I think Australia has a better shot. Oh yeah, the UK pick. Somebody saying, bah. See? I'll stick for definitely for the pictures. Definitely. And gosh, I need Gabe and help me out with the computers here. Okay, so we should have UK pick soon. Somebody's saying, okay, we got all of that. So if there's any interesting, let me double check. Can I log into Twitter at all? I'm going to use this machine then. I'm going to go to Twitter here. I want to see if there are any major news that I have missed since we're talking here. Either on ESC United, but no. Everyone is just raving about France right now because of the most recent pictures that were released, and everyone was waiting on it. Nope, we're good. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. I need to refresh. Hello again. Okay, sorry about that. I think the French flag on the pictures is quite discreet, not too much visible, and it's a good like. What is your opinion about this? I didn't even notice the flag, to be honest. I didn't study the pictures. I went through them, but it's probably, yeah. If it's not like France, then I'm okay with it. Yes. Pretty sure that the first TikTok of Germany should be up in a little. The emphasis is on pretty sure, or pretty. You're not sure, because they should have been up by now. But yeah, it takes even longer today. Could you imagine? Probably Francis will come right before the finale then. Um, the flag doesn't bother me because the song itself mentions France. That's true, I guess. Yeah, it's not too bad, but it's always leave it up to France to make it about France. But hey, they have this very unique and special identity that couldn't work, for instance, with Germany, right? It'd be like, with Germany, here's our flag, Deutschland, ja, wunderbar, unser deutsches Land ist super schön. It's just wouldn't quite work. Are we seeing Belgium's second rehearsal tonight or tomorrow? Tonight. They rehearsed tonight, earlier today. So we'll get that. And okay, frozen again. This is so annoying. I wish Lazara trolled us with a Canadian flag. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? That would be bigger protests for that than they had when they raised the retirement age to 64 in France. Yeah, that would be scary. It seems this to be the red and black year from what we've seen so far. In your opinion, has done the color scheme the best? You're asking me to remember all the performances? What's wrong with you? I will say Germany does it well, but only because it fits the theme of blood, right? Without making it a little like too vile. It looks great. I'm trying to remember. I mean, Austria, some of them remain to be seen because I haven't seen the camera work yet. Austria, I think that will work well once we see the camera work. Switzerland is a little bit too Sacha Jean-Baptiste. You know, it seems like very like, even if I didn't know it was her, once I saw the stage, I'm like, it's clearly her. So I don't know if that is what I think would be the best one. Going for them right now. Yeah, I think those were the ones I would mention. The rest, maybe not so much. I mean, Spain, it works as well, but I'm almost don't think of it as red because it's more of a burgundy maroon red. So it makes it almost like a completely different color. So it's different. But yeah, I guess it's red as well. So I guess it's fair. But I didn't even think of it that way. Do you think Swedes will change the camera angles to closer up and more cuts? Because if they do, Sweden will win, I think. So I cannot comment on win because that's like very premature, but I will say this. I mean, I know that Krista Bjorkman kind of has retired, but I think mentality is still the same. The Swedes are hardcore when it comes to the delegation. I don't mean that in a mean or rude way. They are perfectionists. I remember even alone there were so many instances, but the one that always sticks to me is 2014. They were freaking out because one of the lights of Sanna Nielsen's effect went like the other way, and they wanted to have the entire rehearsal scrapped and all of that stuff for there. So I'm like, even the APB was like, no, that's fine. It's one light. Your prop messed up, not ours. You know. So we're gonna use whatever there was. So that's how specific they are. So you can bet your bottom dollar that they will criticize a lot from what they saw today. From yesterday, I mean. And I personally, I don't think it's that bad, but I know that they know what the staging could look like, and they want to get there. So I have no idea about. I know, no doubt in my mind that they're going to go cray. I keep saying what I'm saying. Most people have not seen Melody Festivalen. They will not have that comparison. Was it more impressive? Yes, bigger screen. But it still looks great. So I'll say relax, everyone. Lorena said that she will have more smoke. They used less smoke during the second rehearsal due to the chaos on the first one. See, there will be other things. It will fill up. Trust me. That's why we have rehearsals. And we all need to calm down, take a deep breath, and relax. It's Sweden. Sweden always fixes it and figures it out. Last year we had the same issue. We didn't have smoke, but the rehearsals were such a mess. Even though it looked super easy, and then it looked amazing. They keep rehearsing and rehearsing until they have it down. Don't worry. Don't worry. So no photos yet. We'll hang on for those. But hopefully they won't take as long as France. But once again, I'm glad I stuck around for that, because that will be a nice moment. Gosh, I'm just so happy about the Big Five. It's just like, none of them is allowed to come last. None of them. The Swedish delegation are huge workers. They will not let go, and they are going to work hard on every detail, even the last minute. That is exactly what I just said and what you confirm. That's just how they are, and it's an admirable quality. Swedes are very interesting people when I was there, especially in 2013. 2016 was a little different because Stockholm is different, I think, but they are very polite. I won't call them distant, but very respectful people. And I remember my family, they've never been to Europe, and I went with like two 60-something-year-olds, and they were going to the smoking area at the airport in Sweden, and they thought the Swedes were so rude because they went out, and those Swedes that were also smoking the air went in the complete opposite corner, as far away as humanly possible from them. They said, I wasn't there, but then somebody said, we explained, like, that is their way of showing respect. That they don't want to invade your space, so they're just trying to stay away from that. And that's just kind of like the mentality. Well, Americans are very casual, and they perceive it as, well, you're being cold to me. The same thing when I remember we were so American, Zach and I, in Malmo. We had tickets for the show, and we were waiting in front of the door that opens up to the standing area for Eurovision, and all the Swedes were standing so far away from the door, like somewhere at the railing. Like, and we were like maybe the 20th people, and we were like, why aren't they lining up where the line starts? I guess they just wanted to be not standing right in front of it. And we're like, well, if they're not doing it, we're doing it. So we were the first ones in, but we didn't know where else to go. So it was just funny. Thank you so much, Aussie Rose. You should not be doing super chats. We should giving you them. Thank you, Matt, for all that you do, and I hope for all you do. I hope you have a safe travel to Liverpool. Hugs. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, it's just super exciting. And oh, that's another one. Nope, that's it. Right? Did I miss another one? No, we good. Okay. But yeah, that was my little story about Sweden. I probably have stories for every country that I've been to, and we all do. But that was one of the memories with the Eurovision connected. Man, do you know what to want to reveal the answer to my question earlier about bad experience with previous? Oh, I'm scared to answer that one now. Okay, if I cut out again, let me know. I was actually saying just nice stuff. I was saying there was one artist, but that wasn't even the artist. I don't blame them. I give him a free pass. It was back in 2013 by Alex from Hungary. He was not looking at us, talking to us, and then his translator just answered the question, even without he didn't say anything, because if the question has been asked before, and he was very distant and didn't look at us and didn't answer. It was just very awkward. But they explained later to us, like, he was just so overwhelmed with the attention. The whole Eurovision experience was a lot that he just wasn't expecting. So I guess he just shut down. So I'm not holding that against him. The one that I also mentioned was actually, it wasn't Nicky Byrne himself from Ireland in 2016. It was, whether it's agent, whoever it was so rude to everyone because he thought, we have a Westlife superstar. Don't you dare take pictures of him. We got to go. We had to do the meet and greet, so we have to leave. No pictures. Like, he was pushing fans aside. And I was like, that is so rude. And Nicky Byrne was like, no, it's cool. Let's hang out. Come on, pictures. And he was like, no. Mer. And yeah, that was one of the experiences that I've had. Am I still here? I hope so. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. Krista Bjorkman flew to Liverpool and is with Lorraine, so they got this. I agree. If Krista Bjorkman is coming in, they're like, all right, everyone, get it ready. But other than that, I also want to go back to the point, Eurovision artists almost always are so nice and approachable. It's like one of the things I go into Eurovision, I no longer haven't been nervous for a long time interviewing them, because they're all just very thankful and happy to be there and just enjoy the experience, and even the bigger names. So it is one of the most wonderful things about Eurovision. So nothing but love and respect for these people. I think Christa Björkman flew down to Liverpool, but but I have a question: is Sweden such a perfectionist? Why did it go wrong in the first place? There's certain things that are also out of as SVT has high demands, high expectations when it comes to staging, and they figured it out at Melody Festival, and therefore they expect every other broadcaster to do the exact same thing with a very different stage, with a very different equipment to do the same. And so none of their stagings are easy. Therefore, if it's not completely accurate, they come get involved. They have their vision in their mind, and that's what they're going for. So they will work on this hard. It happens frequently, so I'm not surprised and I'm not worried. That's why all the Lorraine fans stop freaking out and all the Lorraine critics stop going after her, because it'll be fine. Most likely, unless she really messes up. But other than that, I would not worry about those details. All good. You should listen to Évidemment in Paris to get the full experience. Oh, I will. Maybe I'll just go for the streets. Évidemment. But I don't have that much time. I'll get to the airport at 3, so I don't think I'll leave the airport until like at least 4:30. Then it takes me like an hour to get to my hotel, and then I'm just gonna grab something to eat, and then I'm dead. So that'll be my day in Paris. So I'm trying to walk around maybe for a little bit, but it'll not be like a vacation. SVT is paying you how much, ESC United? It depends. I think they pay me by the word now, so it should be a good amount. I wish they give me some. But yeah, no. I was actually calling the perfectionist. Like some people may not like that kind of picky, being called that. So, but yeah, no. So no TikToks. People are still saying, do you think the bad camera angles from yesterday are the real ones we will see? I don't think we got to see the real ones. The bad camera angles from yesterday, in what performance are you referring to? All of them? I don't think that they were all bad, if that's what you're implying. And once again, it's a second rehearsal. Things will change. If this would be the final product, they would stop rehearsing now. So don't worry. Camera work is one of the things that it's the easiest to fix and the most common thing that will get fixed. Are you also impressed by the pictures of France? Yeah, I mean, how can you not? How can you not? It looked amazing. It was one of those, my favorite moments, the ooh, ah moment, like what we had with Australia and stuff like that. It's like, ooh. So I just really, really love that. But we're still waiting on the pictures from UK, right? All right, not yet. All right, thank you for all the really good and interesting questions. And Matt, are you looking forward to seeing anything in Liverpool other than the contest? So since I'm only there for a week, unlike previous years, I will have very, very little time to see the city. So I will most likely do Eurovision this time around. So that's unfortunate, but it's just the new reality with the EBU. So I'll get there Sunday, and then we'll go to probably a Euro Club party or something like that. And then Monday we'll just show. I will try to see some of the city probably Tuesday afternoon, because I don't need to see the third dress rehearsal. So maybe Tuesday and Thursday afternoon or morning, I will probably try to get some sightseeing in. Because that's the only open windows of opportunities that I have. If anyone has like a really good guide or map to do like the most important things I need to do and see in Liverpool in a few hours, send it my way. I used to brag about how Eurovision is the most professional and unrigged TV show, but now I need a little bit more context there. Why has it changed? Why is it not professional? Are you talking about the recent changes? Fair. I am certainly in because I said earlier I was always a big defender or supporter of the EBU. I guess that's also has changed a little. Not that I'm against them, but I'm more critical about certain things that they've been doing. Some of them are self-serving, because I have less access to it. But I think even if you put me out or like fan media out of the equation, it is still not quite the same. Because we always just like to look at ourselves. Okay, so I got a link here. Pictures, United Kingdom. Are you all ready for the last time? Pictures, United Kingdom, May Muller. I wrote a song. Okay, she is with her splitting head. That looks cool. That looks like a music video. So visually, I'm a fan. They can see her outfit. Doesn't really look like her. She looks different. Oh, it is a music video. So she's standing on that LED. Is that what it looks like? Am I looking at this correctly? Okay. She had long nails as well. Nothing compared to Sweden. Okay, so there are the dancers behind her. And you see the stairs up onto the LED screen there. Okay. Is that a crown? Or what is that? It's a little very music video-y, but I think I like it. Oh, that's a cool shot. See the pictures are like this look great, and I think it'll look really great on camera. But that shot alone is like $1 million in my book. I like it. Now this is it's a risky staging as well, very busy, very elaborate. And I need to see the whole package to get a whole idea. It looks a little different than I initially thought it would look like, but nevertheless. Okay, and then I got smoke effects here, I assume. No, pyros. Okay, so yeah. So her color scheme is pink and yellow. That's all the main colors. And then it goes back to this one. Okay. I wonder how long it takes to roll that thing on there. They have so many big props this year. Jeez, poor stagehands. Don't want to be them. I think it looks really good. And I'm sure some of you have doubts seeing it. Like, is that maybe too much? Not what I envisioned. But wait for the camera work. Wait for the camera work before you completely judge it. And what's even more important, the voice. All good. I would love to hear someone's opinions in the chat. Unscripted says, I ain't sure I like it, but it's risky. But I think it's all going to come down to the camera angles. I don't think you're wrong. That's kind of what I said, right? Vaco says, the camera will be interesting, Ozzy Rose is saying. Early 2010 British pop music video, and it looks like I adore it. That's a fair comparison. Yeah, I see what you're saying there. I think it's cool. I'm just, again, comes all down to the vocals and the feel of it. It's just fun. And that's what it is. The stagings this year are just, most of them just really fun and different. So visually, it's going to be a feast. And it's going to be tough, like repeating that every year, because you have to come up with something brand new every year to impress. But I think this is going to look great. And who knows? Maybe they're using the on-screen effects or something like that to add even more. Who knows? We know so little about this, what graphics they're going to use and whatnot. And as a reminder, this will be on TikTok eventually, but they're either going to be a long time or they're going to release them all at the same time, because we don't even have the German TikTok yet. So that's a bummer. So yeah, anything is possible for the UK. That's how I would phrase it. I think she has all the potential to go high up, or it could also just fall flat. Of course, I'm rooting for the former. I feel like the UK is going to really try and make May great. I don't think because BBC wants to fail when they are hosting it. Exactly. The last time they hosted, what place did you guys come? Do you remember? What position did the UK come in when they host it. Whoever gets it first gets it first. Come on. What position did the UK end up in when they hosted last time? Oh, second, you are correct, but my chat moved so fast. I think Eurodie was the first. You are correct. That's easy too. In 1998, good times. That was the first Eurovision I saw, actually. I was super young and whatnot. The question is, this year around, I don't know. This is so hard to predict because we haven't seen anything except for pictures and some TikTok clips and all that stuff. Usually around this time, I had a little bit more of a hunch because I could see the performances. This time around, I feel like equally clueless, and it drives me nuts. But hey, you can't control it all. So let's answer a few more questions before it's we run out of time. You'll see a lot of Liverpool just going to and from the arena. Well, honest, that's true, but my hotel is within walking distance, so it's less than a mile. So I walk for like 15 minutes. So that's all I see. And I don't have to take the public transportation since I'm not paying for it. So hopefully I'll see some of it though. But I'll do what I can. Aside from Blanche, do you remember someone struggling quite badly in rehearsals, but come shows managed to pull it together? I'm sure there were. Gosh, I have to think. There were so many artists over the years. Hundreds now, basically. Gosh. Who else was making me really nervous and then I cannot even think of someone right now. Blanche is always the prime examples, but there were others. It's just not coming to me right now. It drives me nuts. So I want to find one. No, nothing coming to me right now. Breaking. France passed Ukraine in the odds. I knew it was going to happen. Because, I knew this impression was so, and I knew that Ukraine would drop at some point. It's still a little bit left over from previous days, and they're going to keep dropping a little bit. But yeah, France is now officially ahead. I mean, they're almost tied, and I think it's only a matter of time until Spain passes Ukraine as well. I think both of them will pass Ukraine. That, once again, doesn't mean that much. It's just shows, if anything, it shows more confidence in France doing well at the contest this year. So that's like the best I would phrase it. But it's nice to see some direct qualifiers. Like 3 of the top 5 are direct qualifiers, right? Yeah, Spain, Ukraine, and France. That's a pretty big number, which you usually don't see. So, my screen. Wait. GJ is in the chat, my man. I tried to bring it up. We miss you. Your kids are doing great. You calling me a daddy? No, I'm kidding. Take care of them until I get there. Make sure they're in bed on time, and don't let them talk to strangers. Or don't. I don't care. Yeah. Take care of them for me. Appreciate that. Yeah, I can't wait to get there. I'm kind of feel like I'm missing out, which I am. But hey, life is life. If you are being honest, France was the unofficial third in the odds the whole time. The unofficial one. Well, you can feel that way, but I'm glad they're now the official ones as well. Also, once again, these are not necessarily mean that's where they're going to end up. Because you're third in the betting odds, you expect to come third in the running order. That's not what they mean. We can go to the top 10, for instance. Who will win in the who will be in the top 10? That may be a better option. And there, France is listed as 4th. Armenia 10, Austria 9, Israel 8, Italy 7, Ukraine 6, Spain 5, France 4, Norway 3, Finland 2, and Sweden 1. And that is a universe that's actually a pretty reasonable reality I can see here. With Sweden actually at 87 and Finland at 86, so neck to neck. there. So that kind of thinking, I can see where that number looks a little bit more, those numbers, reasonable. Are they going to give us the second rehearsal clips today or tomorrow after all the participants will rehearse? They will give that to us today. That's how it. The clip is already up on YouTube. It's just not premiering for another 65 minutes, and yeah. City Lights is my win of 2017. Maybe the song convinced, but she got lucky to get away with her performance. It wasn't my. I mean, 2017 was not my favorite year to begin with, but it was a nice song. I agree with that. Bold opinion for the day Malta is going to take Portugal's qualification spot. I still have both of them as a qualifier, but I feel good about Malta's chances. Yeah, I'm just wrapping my brain around why it's not doing better in the betting odds, but that's just me. So, how would you rank the Ukraine winners? Somebody's asking. So, based on personal taste, of course, right? And maybe it's controversial. I would say my favorite is actually Stefania. I love that song from the get-go, and I'm so thrilled that it won. And it's a song that I'll be listening to for years to come. I will put my second one as the first win, and that is Wild Dances. I was way young then, and I was super excited when that one won, actually. And it's just a cool song. And I would actually put 1944 as the third one, not because it is bad, but I like the other ones better. With 1944, it's just, especially touching with, what we're going through right now with Ukraine. But the song never, really was from me, per se. It's nice live, but I never listened to it. So that's how I would rank them. But that's, personal taste. Now you're going to ask me rank all the winners for all countries. Gosh, that would take me forever. The winning Ukrainian songs are a masterpiece. They're all good, Alicia. That is exactly. It's like rank your children from your least favorite to your favorite child. Do you think Lorraine would have won with Statements if we sent her in 2017? No one could have stopped Salvador at that point. So no. I don't know where she would have ended up, but if she cannot even win in Sweden, how would she win Eurovision? No, that was Salvador's years. There was never a doubt. So best case scenario for her would have been a second place. So I'm waiting a few more minutes here for the thing. Easy. Rank the winners from... Oh, Belgium. Funny. I can rank Germany's entries as well. They have 2 at least. Yeah. Oops. Wrong link. So, UK at 101 in 10th in the betting odds, with Armenia 11th at 125.1. It's close. Things will move up and down, so I wouldn't go there every 2 minutes to see where you end up at this point. Because, again, this will all change. If you put $10,000 down or euros or whatever, someone will go up or down. So it's just kind of how it works. So it could be one person making a difference. So don't look at the bigger picture, not the individual movements. So let me just double check. Nothing on TikTok. UK also second in 1960, 68, 72, and 77. UK came second 16 times, more than any other country in the nation. 16 times. They have more second place than wins, clearly. So that's a high number. So don't make me rank them all right now, because I couldn't remember them all by heart. How would you rank Sean, Roy, and Gabe? Depends. I will say I'm kidding. I'm not going to rank them. Wouldn't that be terrible? So, have you been doing the live stream all by yourself today? For the most part, Connor jumped in for a moment. But yeah, today it's just me. Because everyone, like Roy's on the way and people have to go to work. So it happens that way. I do get a message, though. Let me see here. Group is getting bigger with every day. Hang on. I'm communicating with my team in Liverpool. So, who do you think is going to win the contest of the Nordics after 2023? I think Norway, we have a strong national final. I think the song is to win is going to come soon. So, yeah, Norway is certainly on the track. I feel like Norway is on the Italy path. Do you know what I'm meaning? Do you know what I'm meaning? Do you know what I mean? It's like they keep sending good songs year after year, and then one year, bang, that's the one. So I do think they have a really good system in place. I don't like the whole vocal thing, thing. But putting that aside, I think I love that they got rid of this whole direct qualifier thing. That was dumb. And that we have proper national final semis now. I don't like the way they announce it. There are a lot of things I have with the format in terms of like, how they make acts bad for like, you didn't qualify. I hate that. But I do like the quality. That's for sure. Who do you think was going to win Finale Day 2016? So in the press center, there was a lot of hype around, okay, it's going to be Australia. It's going to be Australia. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember exactly my predictions. But I do think that everyone was like, it's going to be Australia. And everyone's going to be pissed because it was Australia. They're still brand new to the contest. And nobody wanted them to win because, yada, yada, yada. So we were all like, it's going to happen, right? So that was the feel that we had at that point in time. So that's what they didn't quite play in. And there was nothing against Dami Im because it was a wonderful performance, but it was really more about, I think it would have said a lot of people would have been bitter if the new country that's not even in Europe, would win all of that stuff. I would have been fine with it, but I couldn't care less. But I know that people would have thrown a big SHIT show. So, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that. So, but it was a great song. She would have deserved to win in my book. But it was just a lot of fear there. But that's what I think everyone was thinking. Respectfully, how do you think the coronation of Prince Charles, isn't he king now, of the United Kingdom, which happens this week, will affect Eurovision next week? It won't, I don't think. It's a very British thing, and some fanatics that maybe pay attention to it, but for the most part, nobody truly, really pays attention to Eurovision. It'll be all in ancient history at that point. So it'll be on Saturday, right? So we're going to have the Big Five rehearse, and then the afternoon they can do the coronation thing. Okay, that's me and my very, almost said limited, but no knowledge. What do you do at the coronation? Do they like do a sword? And then, no, that's knighting. I don't know how a coronation works. Do they throw flowers and do they pray? I don't know. I have no idea how a coronation works. So that is going to be a something. But I care as much about the coronation as I care about the Super Bowl here in the United States. Not at all. With all these great stagings, I think Lorraine winning again is more than ever not a done deal. That is exactly how I feel. Anyone who thinks it's a done deal, wake up. That doesn't mean she cannot win. I still think she's the most likely winner at this point. I still think Finland is the likely televote winner. It just comes down to how much, tanking, if you will the juries do in regards to Finland. So we'll see. That's my biggest concern. When do you think? Okay, let me address that one, because when do you think we will know about Australia's 2024 participation? You will find out about it right here, right now. Not officially, but I'm telling you, they'll be back. I don't know why people really think that Australia would not return. It will return. It will not go away. I don't know why we're even talking about that. Just because they haven't. In previous years, they were giving 1 year extensions. 1 year extensions. So this time they decide, let's give you a 3 or 4 year extension. They'll give other extensions. It's going to happen. We don't even know why we're talking about it. Especially now they're bringing in a lot of money, and especially with Russia now being out for the foreseeable future, thankfully, they'll need it. So yeah, don't worry about it. Oop, that's a spammer. Oh, there was a spammer. Let's put it that way. I think that Sweden will dominate the jury in the grand final and win the contest, but come third and fourth in the semifinal. I think that is where I'm sitting as well, Nathaniel. I think that's exact. Oh, in the semifinal. I was saying it come third and fourth in the televote. That would be my feeling. But still win overall. I do think that at this point, if Finland does better in the jury vote than we anticipate, they could still win. And there's another universe where those two cancel each other out, for the lack of a better word, and we have another Jamala or Duncan Lawrence moment. So that could happen as well. What do you think who's going to win? Do you think is going to win Eurovision sooner, UK, Spain, or Norway? So if I get it wrong, you're going to hold that against me? I will say Norway. I think it's just a matter of consistency and patterns that I've seen. Both Spain and UK had one good result. They are not there yet for me in terms of pattern that they deliver every single time. While Norway has a longer track record and then came closer and won the televote in 2019, has had really great success. They have shown that they have what it takes. So with Spain and UK, I need more consistency before I make that sort of prediction. So based on that, I would say Norway. Heck, they could win this year, right? No, I don't think so they will, but they have another great song. As a newbie, can you explain when a jury votes? Do they vote in the semifinal or dress rehearsal? Is it 50-50 split with the public? So in the semifinals, we will only have televote, so there will be no jury vote. In the finals, we do have a jury. We had juries in the past as well in the semis, but not anymore. So the juries will vote. So the show is on Saturday night, right? The grand final. The actual jury show is Friday night. So Saturday night is the live show. Friday night is the jury show. So the juries will watch the show on Friday night and they will vote then. So that's why that show is equally as important to the artist. And they have to give 110%, if not even more important in some ways, because juries may be more particular about vocals, while the televoters may forgive a little mishap a little bit easier. So that's what works. So on Friday night is when the juries vote. And on Saturday is when the live show is happening. And we'll be live streaming. We're giving you the insight and the scoop. So make sure to subscribe and we'll keep you up to date on that as well. Do you also not get the direction Greece is going in since 2019? Let me see. 2019 was, I mean, Greece has had good results. I mean, they're 2 top 10s, right? So they certainly are also on the path, but I wasn't asked about Greece. I was asked about the other 3. Greece will win again. I wish they would go back a little bit more to the 2005 fields where they embrace their Greek sound more, but I think that's what people really gravitate towards, and that's why Spain was so good last year, because they embrace that Spanish fire, fuego. So I wish Greek would do something similar like that, but they're on the right track. Who do you like outside a genre you usually prefer? For me, Outlaw, Inem, well, what? Who do you like outside a genre you usually prefer? Who do you like outside a genre? Well, I like rock. I like bluegrass. So Waylon, I think that's a good answer. You know what? I'm just going to do copy paste. Waylon. Although I haven't listened to his music in a little while. Mimi Cat said that in standard rehearsals, they received as far from they had envisioned, especially LEDs, so they're still adapting the performance as best as they can. What a mess. Oh, so we had several of those. You know, every year we get like different people who just don't get what and want out of it, and they were very unhappy. Greece 2018 was one of them. There were other ones that said that. Sometimes people just use that as an excuse as well, to be fair. Like, it's not us, it's them. They didn't do what we told them to do. So I'm also taking that with a grain of salt, but I don't see Mimicat doing that. So, yeah. We shall see. Will Hungary or Hungary? Hungary or Bungaree come back? Bulgaria, I'm sure Hungary will not be back until something changes in the country, and Bulgaria is a big question mark. There are a lot of rumors. They're very inconsistent. I'm sure they'll be back at some point, but I'm not as confident saying that it will be next year. Maybe not. So everyone, clearly we're not getting the TikToks. Unfortunately, I try to stick around as long as humanly possible, but I have to get stuff done for tomorrow. Instead, just look out for my videos, and that I'll post my reaction, my reviews on that. And sorry, but it's been almost 5 hours now, and I have to go. I got to get ready. I'll be back tomorrow evening to react to the remaining acts, and we'll chat again. And then I'll be on my flight to Paris, and then my train to Liverpool. Thanks, everyone, and I wish you all a good evening, and I'll talk to you all later, okay? Bye.